What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, July 28th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we are just 2 days away from the start of Texas Fall Camp. We will continue our position-by-position preview, running down the biggest storylines heading into training camp for the 2025 Texas football team. Plus, the NFL returns this week. That's right, the Hall of Fame game is on Thursday. We'll talk a little NFL, including the Dallas Cowboys getting a contract extension done over the weekend, but not the one that people have been asking for. We also have the 10 biggest questions entering the college football season. We've got the red-hot Texas Rangers and the ice-cold Houston Astros, the MLB trade deadline coming up later this week, a little Longhorn baseball news to get into, and a pretty hilarious video from the weekend. Plenty of sports, plenty of fun to be had between now and 9 o'clock. We appreciate y'all starting your week off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing good, man. Everybody be careful now because, we're getting into the end of the month, and this is a big month of fundraisers for the cops out there. I'm not saying break the law, but just as you're driving around, they're everywhere. They're in every nook and cranny and out where I am from, Lakeway to constables and everything else. They're gathering up their nickels and dimes right now. So if you think you're going to go on vacation, you're going to take off speeding. I go near that Galleria, and dude, if you don't come to a complete stop before you turn, they are on you.
Did you get popped?
No, I did not get popped. I do all the things that I generally don't do. I do them now at this time because there's a lot of them out there. They must be off of vacation or getting ready to go on vacation, and they need to get a quota or something,
End of the month. They're always looking for a number to hit.
Yeah, well, I don't want mine to be one of them. So I am just kind of going a little extra little real live stop at stop signs, not kind of cruising through, but putting it to a complete stop and then going. If it takes me an extra 5 seconds, I don't care.
Just can't wait to the name of the next cop who pulls you over, right? 2 tickets ago, it was Jack C. Wagon. Last ticket was Officer Peacock. Who are we going to have this time around? Barry McCockiner?
No, I'm not getting pulled over. I'm telling you. I think says 50, 55. I'm going 50. I'm the guy that everybody's like, move over. Hey, get out of the way. I had somebody at a stoplight that was getting ready to turn green, go to the right of me and pass around me. And you know what I did? I gunned it, and they almost hit a mailbox on the side of the road there.
Ooh.
Yeah, they were I could see them timing it up. So when it turned green, they were going to pass me at a stoplight on the right-hand side where you're off the road. And so I timed it up too, and I gunned that thing, and that dude was trying to get past me, and there was one of those big brick mailboxes. That thing, all you could hear was, I have people giving me the high five going, behind them. Good. That guy shouldn't be trying to do that.
How about that? So you almost intentionally caused a wreck?
I was hoping that he was smart enough to see that there was a 6-foot stone mailbox in the off lane there that he shouldn't have been in anyway,
Yeah. He's trying to veer around you to turn.
No, veer around me to just go straight, to beat me to somewhere.
Bad bit right there. Oh, he wanted to be first off the line at a green light.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was like a drag race. And he thought he could time it up behind me and go around me.
This guy have a Georgia football sticker on the back of his car or something?
It's just ridiculous. Just somebody who's in a rush. I could have let him go by and just gone about my business, but I was not in that mood. I was in the mood of, okay, let's see what your car looks like up against this stone mailbox. Ooh. Stone mailboxes have a pretty good give to them.
Stone?
They do. They have a pretty good give. Your car hates it though. The front of your car and your hood hates it, but they got a little give. You're not
Okay.
going through the windshield on that. You're
How
just
about our
going to
guy?
screw up your car.
Yeah, how about our guy Chris? I'm driving right now on the 290 service road, and there's 4 cops who have already pulled people over.
Oh
It's
no,
just
they're getting
past
it going.
7 a.m. this morning, Buck. The day hasn't even started.
I'm telling you, they're out there, man. They're out there.
God.
I think they must go on vacation early August, and like you said, they got to get a quota before they take off for vacation. There may not be any cops around in August, but they're here
like
now.
us, huh? They they get their last vacations in before football season rolls
Mhm.
around, so that's what they're doing too.
And they know everybody else is in a rush now. Everybody else is just kind of moving real quick, not paying attention, you know. And the ones that get you at that rolling stop sign stuff are the one that just kill you. Like there's nobody coming this way or that way, you know, and you don't come to the complete stop. But kids, let that be a lesson. You have to come to a complete stop at a stop sign. That's why it says stop.
I think number one, the adults need that more than the kids do. Number two, I think the next police officer who pulls you over is going to be a woman. Maybe Anita Dixon will be the one who gets you next. That's my
You know
call
what?
for you.
And when she does, I'm going to be very respectful, like
No,
I
you'll give
always
it to
am.
her.
I'm always very respectful to cops. I don't play that game.
Yeah, but it doesn't work, right? Like the last 2 times you've gotten
No,
pulled over, you've gotten tickets, so it hasn't
yeah, but
gotten you.
they, you know, when I get out to going towards Big Ben out there, when I'm going 30 miles past the speed limit, I drop the ring on the side of the car. Those guys are pretty cool. You know, they're state troopers, and they
Hmm.
know there's nobody around, and they're knowing, you know, the speed limit out there on 10 is like 80. And so, hey, so I'm going 105. You
Yeah,
know,
that's
so
the same
they kind of
thing.
yeah, they kind of look at you and go, hey, can slow down there, big boy. I'm like that. I'm like, where did you come from? Like, I just looked back there 2 minutes ago. Where did you appear from? How fast are you going?
You asked them that?
I asked the first guy there the first time I did. I said, "How fast are you going?" I'm like, I'm looking around for miles because I'm going 90 something, and it's 80 out there. I'm going 90 something, and I'm looking back, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's a flasher right on me. You know,
Mm.
I got pulled over twice going out to Big Ben, going out there to hang out, and I got back to back times too. One was the Aggie cop who well, no, he was from University of Houston, young guy from University of Houston, but he had his pastor in the car who was an Aggie and told, you know, he had seen my ring and he went back and you know, the pastor was like a ride along with him. And the pastor told him to tell me to give him the gig him. And I said, hey, cuff me because I'm not doing that. Go back there and tell your pastor, no thanks. I'd rather get cuffed. I'll spend a night in jail before I give you the gig him. And he let me go. The second time I think I had turned I'm gonna say it was on my 50th birthday. That was the peyote scene out there going, and the cop pulled me over and said, "Hey, coach, just slow down. I know you want to get to your destination, but just slow." Those guys are pretty cool about it because there's nobody there. I mean, it was just you go out. You know how you go out 10 sometimes. There's not a soul around,
Sure.
but a bunch of oil fields and smells and it. But I do get out to that. I can get there in about 6 hours.
Okay. If you're going, what, 90, 95, that's how you
Yeah,
get that done?
I can get out to Marfa, not Marfa, but where Big Ben is and where the big telescope and all that stuff. Fort Davis. I can get there. I can get there pretty quick. I just play music and sing to myself and just go. I don't get distracted there. I take a pee and I put in gas and that's it.
I like that. That's all you
I love
need.
that trip. I love that trip, man. I haven't been on that trip in a while. I need to go take that. I need to go out to that golf course out there in Lajitas, the hottest
I hear,
place in the world.
I hear
But
good things.
it's been a while. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for the job that you do for all of us, to you and your families. Enjoy the remainder of this summer and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. If you're tuned in on the app this morning, let us know if our volume is a little bit lower today. We got one text. Usually, if we're having some major technical issues, it's a few texts, but I want to confirm or deny that our volume is a little lower than normal today. We can get that tweaked if
Yep.
necessary. Appreciate everybody tuned into the show this morning. And Buck, we have football this week. That's right. We don't even have to turn the calendar to August to get our first football game of the upcoming 2025-2026 season. The NFL Hall of Fame game is this Thursday. It's the Los Angeles Chargers. I think they're still playing there against the Detroit Lions in Canton, Ohio. And it'll be the full NBC crew. I don't know what crew is. The crew. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, Melissa Stark, even Terry McCauley will be a part of things.
Oh, boy.
This Thursday. You know,
What do
normally
you think about that call, McCauley? Yeah, thank you.
normally I hate that guy. And I don't understand why the ref analyst even has a job, because all he does is agree with the call that's made on the field. And it's like,
yes,
what are we doing here? But even I'm excited to see and hear from Terry McCauley. That's how football starved I am, Buck.
You're ready, huh? The CFL is not enough for you?
CFL's not enough for me. No offense to our brothers.
I watched a little CFL football.
Well, you're more desperate than I am if you're doing that.
I just still can't understand that forward motion where three of them are going and they're always over the line. It's like you need to call a penalty every time the guy's like a foot over the line. I don't know how they do that. They just let that go.
What's that? Where they get the running start before the snap?
Yeah, I'm like that, and that's all right. Fine, you can do all that, but hey, you've got to time it up that you're behind the line, not on the line and not a foot past the line. They let it go. I'm going to say 70% of the time the guys are, they've got the legal procedure. I mean, the game would be just a bunch of flags, I guess, because of that motion.
Give Terry McCauley to the CFL then. It sounds like they need him more than we.
Yeah, they need him for sure.
Yeah, Dean Blandino, Gene Steratore, all of those guys can go north of the border for all I care. Get rid of them.
3 downs. The 3 down deal is crazy.
Yeah, now the CFL doesn't do it for me. Maybe I'll tune into the Grey Cup if somebody tells me exactly when it is and what channel it's on, but that's about it. The spring leagues, the USFL, the XFL, I think they're now the UFL. That doesn't do it for me. I'm glad
to hear you don't put any money in the UFL.
I've done it before, but this year I didn't touch it. My cousin didn't touch it either. But my cousin will be touching the Hall of Fame game on Thursday, Buck.
What?
Have to. Come on.
There's preseason football. You don't want to do that.
Well, it sets the tone for the rest of the year. Like, this is the game. If you win this bet, you're going to have a great betting year. If you lose this one, it's goodbye.
I'm not going to do that to the people. I won't do that. I'm a real professional.
If you're a real professional, you would know the 4th and 5th string players on the Chargers and Lions.
Yeah, because they're going to get a lot of playing time.
Yeah, the Hall of Fame game. I mean, look, the NFL preseason, you don't see everybody. The Hall of Fame game, you see nobody. Like, that field is never in good condition in Canton. And, for both of these teams, they get that 4th preseason game, right? Everybody else is now down to 3. But you usually don't see any of the starters play in a team's Hall of Fame game. So I doubt we'll see Herbert. I doubt we'll see Goff. I mean, go down the list, Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamison Williams and Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, just all the star players on these teams will probably be in street clothes for this one, which makes it, one of the toughest games you could possibly bet on. But it's a need, not a want.
Yeah, it's need. You need that. You got to have that, don't you?
And it's always tough because the line's always like -1 or -2. That's what you're getting here. Detroit -1. The over-under is 32.5. That is like an XFL game.
Yeah, it is.
Like that shows you that none of the offensive players are going to play, and I have no clue who the quarterbacks are going to be for either side.
You're looking for a bunch of picks for touchdowns, fumbles at the one.
Football. It's on NBC. They usually have the Sunday night broadcast. I don't know if we'll get Carrie Underwood singing for this game because it's on Thursday. But again, it's Tirico and it's Collinsworth. We get the A-team calling the first game of the upcoming season, Buck. It's a big deal.
Yeah, it's not a big deal for me, no. I'll tell you what's a big deal for me, seeing and watch some of these guys go to camp like Terry McLaurin. I saw him practicing. He's looking for a new contract. He's out there catching passes, making cuts. I'm like, damn, dude.
Did he actually practice?
Yeah, I think he was out. Let me tell you something. To me, practicing is if you hold a bag and somebody's hitting the bag and making cuts around you and you got to get out of the way with a bag in your hand,
I saw that he ended his hold out and showed up to
No, he was in uniform. He was out there.
Got it. I figured it was more of a hold in, kind of like what Micah Parsons is doing, right? Where he's there with the Cowboys and Oxnard, but he's not putting the pads on and he's not.
I don't think he's even holding bags. I said last week, I thought I saw him holding a bag. I don't think so.
He's trying to hold a big bag, if you know what I mean. Cowboys aren't quite ready to give it to him. The Cowboys did sign a player to a long-term extension over the weekend. Did you see that?
No, I did not. That wasn't newsmaking. That wasn't newsworthy.
I can't imagine it is going to make Micah Parsons very happy, but the Cowboys did give out a contract extension over the weekend to tight end Jake Ferguson, who is also entering who's also entering the final year of his rookie deal. He got a 4-year, $52 million extension, so he will be with the Cowboys for the next 5 seasons. The deal makes him the 7th highest paid tight end.
He jumped at that opportunity.
Yeah, he's coming off a tough year. Missed a few games with injuries, had an MCL sprain, also had a concussion. Obviously, Dak missing as much time as he didn't help his stats. But 59 catches, 494 yards, 0 touchdowns for Fergie last year after he had 71 catches, 761 yards, and 5 touchdowns in 2023. So, yeah, the Cowboys maybe trying to buy low and hope that Ferguson can return to a high.
Yeah, he already reached his high.
Yeah, I hope not. Like, this is something the Cowboys do a lot. Like, they pay guys. They did this with Dak. They'll pay guys after injury-riddled years to try to get a bit of a discount. I guess with Dak, they didn't get a bit of a discount. But if it works, they brag about how smart they are. Oh, look at this deal. This is such a team-friendly deal. We were able to pay this guy less than what we could have. And, oh, look how smart we are. And then if it doesn't work, well, they'll dunk on the player at press conferences once he's off the team. We've heard them do that a couple of different times this week in Oxnard. So I think I don't think it's a super team-friendly deal. I don't think it's a super player-friendly deal. It feels like a fairish deal for both sides, but obviously the Cowboys are banking on, Jake Ferguson returning to his 2023 form and not being another guy who gets paid and kind of takes his foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he just was hurt a lot. He just seemed like he was banged up an awful lot. I mean, he's got to be that guy that's down in the scoring zone, that they look to every once in a while, but they didn't get anything from him last year because he was always on the sideline somewhere.
Yeah, I think he missed 3 or 4 games, which isn't a ton, but again, I don't think he was playing 100% for a lot of last year, and just the Cowboys quarterback play left a lot to be desired.
True.
So everybody's numbers. Look at all of the Cowboys receivers and tight ends numbers from 2023 to 2024. There's a pretty big difference, and a lot of that's attributed to number 4 being on the sideline for a large percentage of the season.
How's he doing? How's that meat? Is that meat on the bone? Is it tied down pretty good, you think?
So far, so good. I mean, he's rocking the red non-contact jersey at camp, but every quarterback is.
Sure.
But Dak's out there. He's running through drills. He's practicing. He should be good to go for, the start of the preseason and more importantly, the start of the regular season. So big year for him, it feels like. Feels like it's a big year for a lot of people. At least it should be. With the Cowboys, who knows? But
what about Shoddy? Is it a big year for Shoddy too?
What do you think of the backwards visor look that Shoddy's been rocking at Cowboys training camp?
I'm not a big backward hat, visor, any of that. I don't know. I need the visor for protection. I don't need to see the, I just put your visor on the right way and let's go.
Are you a fan of the visor in general?
No, I've never been a visor guy because it seems like I've always been bald.
Yeah, so you need that
I need
protection for your protection.
Dome. Yeah. Even when I had hair, it was thin, so I was like, no, I need the protection up top here. I don't think I was ever a visor guy. I may have been you know, when I was a visor guy, when I was a graduate assistant at Dartmouth.
Really?
Not much sun up there. It didn't matter. Yeah, I did wear a visor when I was up there.
So here's a picture of Shotty from over the weekend, rocking the backwards visor look.
Why don't you just wear a headband? Forget the other part of it. Why don't you just wear a Cowboys headband?
I
Because that
don't
would be
know.
cute.
Do you want like a late 50s white guy wearing a headband around in
Yeah,
public?
just rock the headband as the head coach. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, like I'm not the type to judge another man for what he wears unless I should be judging him for what he's wearing. But this is an interesting bit. I've never been a visor guy, forwards or backwards. I feel like it's like buying jeans with holes in them, which I know you've done that a time or two in your life.
Yes, I do. I do that. Yes.
It's like you're paying the same amount, but you're getting less material. Why don't you just buy the full thing? Like you should be getting the rest of the hat when you're making this purchase. The backwards visor, I
And
think
it
it's
doesn't,
even worse.
but you know, generally they don't start out with backward visor. It's only as the aggression, as you feel more aggressive and you're into the coaching, that you flip that thing around. Because then you're telling yourself, you know, it's like, you know, you're almost running out of gas, and then all of a sudden you flip that thing around. It means you went to the station and filled up again, and you're ready to go. So he didn't walk out there like that. That started as he got more aggressive and he started to get more into the practice, probably. You know,
He's not.
this is when he started to really coach. He didn't coach for the first hour when he
Oh,
had it like
okay.
this.
So when the visor's forward, it's all business, but when it's turned
Yeah,
around,
when
it's
you
time
flipped
to.
it, now I'm into it. Now I become semi-player, so now I'm into it.
Interesting. It almost feels like the opposite should be true, right? Like, oh,
Yeah.
we're just dicking around, having a good time. I'm rocking the backwards hat, but when it's time to get serious, then I'm flipping it forwards, and now you know I mean business.
No, the head coach is into it now. He wants to get into the drills himself. Like he could jump in there and do a better job than you could.
Oh yeah, he's animated. He's dapping up all of these players. He's
Oh
trying to
yeah.
create a fun culture with the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm getting some Charlie Strong flashbacks with
Oh
Brian
no.
Schottenheimer because he's talking a lot about a ping pong table in the locker room.
I hope
He's al-
not.
he's also talked about like free throw contest with the guys and what else did he say?
Why don't you
Like
just play some horseshoes? Get a horseshoe pit and let's go.
all these different sports. Like he's like trying to build up chemistry and camaraderie and ingratiate himself with the guys in the locker room. And it almost feels like he spent more time talking about all of the fun that he's been having versus actually talking about, coaching up the
What is
team.
he, Hugh Freeze? Why doesn't he just go play a couple of rounds of golf while he's at it?
I bet he has invited some of the Cowboys to go play some golf with him, which look, it can work. This is not like dunking on coaches who try to create that fun, relaxed type of culture where everybody gets along. I mean, that can work and that can lead to wins. But when you don't win and you spend a lot of time talking about stuff like that, people are wondering if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Well, you know, everybody's got to have a gimmick. I mean, you got to try something, and if it works early, it can stay with you for a while. You know, it's so the real coaching part has to come in, and you've got to make some decisions. But there's nothing wrong with trying to get your guys together. I mean, ping pong tables. I don't really care for all of that. You know, movie nights, shit like that. I've always enjoyed that. I was in charge of the movie on Fridays for the team when I was at UT. So, and they hated my movies. I mean, but I was the one who made the decision on what the movie was going to be.
What kind of movies were you picking?
Oh, I pick all kind. I mean, I wasn't bringing like Schindler's List. You know, I wasn't doing that kind of stuff. Movies that had action to it. You'd find out what guys had seen, what they had never seen before. For you, it could have been any movie because you don't see any. So,
Oh, but that's good. I mean, look, Schindler's List probably would have been a tough sell, especially if you had any Jewish players on the team. But action movies, what's wrong with a good action movie? You must have been picking horrible action movies if nobody liked them.
oh no, they were fine with them. They had to come. They'd bring their pillows down, and turn the chairs upside down where they turn them backside when they put the pillow in there and fall asleep, have them. But I'd also bring the candy. And that was the thing. I brought candy. I mean, I brought, you know, um, I brought lollipops. I brought little Milky Ways. I brought all kinds of shit. Boy, they tear that candy up now. This is the night before the game.
Hopefully you brought better candies than those two.
Oh, I brought all that.
Lollipops?
Oh, no, the Tootsie Rolls. That's what I bring, the Tootsie Rolls and stuff like that.
God, even worse.
Oh, no, not the Pops part of it, but just the little thick Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah, your players had that stuck in their teeth for the entire game the next day.
Dude, they had that stuff in their bellies going to bed.
That's better than dealing with the next day.
Oh, yeah, man, those dudes, they ate that candy. They tore that candy up, man.
Oh, man. So, do we think Shoddy's going to be rocking this look on game day?
No.
Okay.
Because Jerry's going to tell him, no, this is not what we do here in Dallas. We once had a guy who wore a fedora here. So you're not rolling in here with your hat on backwards.
What did Jerry do to fedora guy?
He got fired.
Got rid of him. I think he was wearing his fedora forwards, not backwards.
Yeah,
it's hard to those weird ass hats.
That's okay right there. That's okay outside.
Okay. Yeah, it almost feels like it's defeating the purpose. You wear like a visor to keep the sun out of your eyes, don't you?
Yeah, but you're getting down and dirty when you flip it back to the back as a coach. I've seen offensive linemen flip that thing around and then jump into piles and stuff. I don't know why they did it. It was just something that made them feel good when they flipped it around. Made them feel like one of the fellows when they dove into the pile of helmets and came out with their faces all cut up and stuff. Maybe. Hey, nice move. Hey, headbutt. Hey, Tom Herman, headbutt the guy with the helmet on. That always works.
That's still one of the worst bits I've ever seen a coach do.
That so far is the worst bit I've ever seen.
I would say Woody Hayes punching an opposing player in the throat still.
Oh, you can't be down on Woody for that. That guy was into it.
It's a bad bit right there. Like, he got fired because of that. Tom Herman didn't get fired because of that. He did a bunch of other stupid stuff that
that was just leading up. That was just the beginning of the end. That deal.
Yeah.
Coming up with this. Yeah, that was so stupid.
You can't do that. If you are going to intentionally,
not as the head guy. That's for your assistants. That's for me to go bang heads and come up all cut up. Not for the
that's
head
for
coach.
That's not the running back coach either. That's like the D line or the O line coach, or maybe like an assistant strength guy who's doing that kind of stuff.
The secondary coach does that stuff too.
Does he?
Those guys do that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Don't be
a wide receiver, coach. Running back, offensive line coaches do it, but head coaches definitely don't do it.
Yeah, that was an interesting bit. Tom had a few of those right there. So,
oh my God, that guy was so weird. What a weird dude.
By the way, shout out to Jaden Blue. So our guy Nick Harris, who will be on with Jordan Scruggs from 10 to 11 today on the Lone Star Playbook. Nick has been in Oxnard with the Dallas Cowboys since the start of training camp. And I saw him tweet out yesterday. He was asked for a few camp standouts through the first few days out in Oxnard. And one of the four names, I guess we can mention all four of them. It's not a super long list. Collier Elam got some love, former first-round pick of Buffalo, who just didn't pan out up there, who the Cowboys brought in on the cheap. Apparently, he's played pretty well. Your guy, Donovan Ezeraku, the Cowboys' second-round pick from BC, has had a great start to camp coming off the edge. Cooper Beebe, who Texas fans saw at Kansas State for a few years, the other offensive line draft pick. And Jaden Blue was the fourth name who got mentioned. Jaden Blue apparently turning some heads in his first few days.
Speed kills. They can't catch him.
Remember, actually, this was, I think, last Monday when your power was out or something. Can't remember if you and I talked about this. If we did, I apologize. There was a report about Jaden Blue. Obviously, this is before training camp even started, but someone reported that Jaden Blue was looking very lazy. And like the Cowboys were not real happy with the way his first few months with the team had been going. And I don't know if that's true or not. It was only one report. There was no one out there who was like, yeah, this is definitely true. So it might have just been one guy hearing something wrong or whatever. But maybe Jaden Blue took it to heart. Maybe it was all false. But apparently, again, he has been one of the early standouts for the Dallas Cowboys so far, which is
that's great news.
He's got a shot, doesn't he, to be the team's number one running back this year?
I wouldn't say the number one running back.
Well, I mean, it's not like
that position, that's a position for them that's up for grabs. They don't have a number one running back. So, yeah,
exactly.
okay. I would say, yes, he's got an opportunity because they don't have a number one running back.
Yeah, no, if he was in Philly, it's like no chance. Like, hopefully he gets a couple of snaps. But if like in Dallas, it's Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, Deuce Vaughn, and Phil Maffa. Those are the other guys. So
yeah, I mean, Jaden Blue is as stout a guy physically, picking up blitzes and all that stuff. And he's been in that kind of offense where he understands who the blitzer is and how to do that. He's never been one, and he doesn't shy away from contact. He just fast as a son of a gun. That's all. Doesn't mean he doesn't mean he doesn't like contact. He hits it up there. He runs between the tackles. He does some things. I'd love to see him be that guy. That'd be great.
High and tight, Jaden Blue. That's the biggest issue with him, right?
Yeah. And, you haven't heard about it. You'd hear about it by now. Like, oh, my God, this guy's fumbled 3 or 4 times here at these practices. He just can't hold on to the ball. No, I mean, that's like I said, that's one of those things you can get over, or you don't get to play football at that level or any level, really.
Mm-hmm.
So, you pay attention to it. He should be fine.
I think the Cowboys have only had one padded practice to this point, but like we didn't hear anything about Jaden Blue fumbles in that one padded practice.
Dude,
so.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the NFL. Even if you just got shoulder pads and a helmet on, those guys slap at the ball, they hit you across the arm. That they're always trying to create turnovers. It doesn't matter if you just have a helmet on with no shoulder pads. Somebody's arm is going to come across you, try to knock that ball out. That's what they do. So, and like I said, the sound of flesh hitting flesh at an NFL practice is like a college practice with pads on. I mean, that's what they go bone to bone, and it sounds like there's a game going on, like nothing has changed. That's how they play.
Mm-hmm.
Those are big men. I mean, when the big heavies hit each other in the offense and defensive line, and those guys put their hands on the other guy and they slap them in the shoulders or get that palm in their chest, that sound it's like you've never heard. And there's a lot of it, when that ball is snapped, you hear that sound of flesh. It is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You go to an NFL and you're up close and personal at an NFL training camp. I was at the Eagles camp when they were in I went to Eagles camp when they were in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. The Eagles would practice at Lehigh University. And I went up to a practice once and I was like, holy shit, somebody's about to get hurt out here. The sound of this stuff, I'm like, it sounds like pads here. And they said, oh, it's just the guys, reaching out and slamming their hands up against the guy's chest. So that's what it sounds. That's what that meat sounds like, that extra meat, that extra round shouldered,
Oh, come on, man.
No, they slap you hard, man, and they slap at the ball. They hit you
didn't have music. They didn't have music going on at training camp back in the day.
No, dude. Back in those days when I was coaching, there was no music or attending camps. They didn't do that. I don't know how they. I don't know how they do it. I don't really. If you go to a high school practice around here, I mean, I could hear Lake Travis music playing. I mean, I'm like, how do you hear? How do you concentrate? How do you hear what the coach is telling you and you're jamming to your favorites? You're jamming in your mind. You're trying to think of the words that for the next lyrics, the lyrics that are going on. And then and your coach is yelling at you and screaming at you about this and that. But they do it. I mean, it just changes with the times. I don't know. They'll soon have little tablets in their hands and they'll give it to an assistant before the next play eventually. Or it'll be in their ear,
Yeah, that's why I asked, because like the NFL training camps that I've been to in the past I haven't been able to hear what you're talking about because the music's been blaring so loud.
That's all I get. It was quiet. It was just a bunch of guys, bunch of coaches cussing at guys, screaming at guys, and you hear signals being called, and you hear defense guys making calls, secondary guys making calls, but it was mostly the coaches cussing that you'd hear. And then when the ball got snapped, just the thud of those guys slammed against each other.
I like that. Well, football's back, baby. First game this week. Yeah. Texas Fall Camp starts 2 days from now. We will continue our preview of Longhorn Fall Camp, and we'll dive into the defensive line as we do our position-by-position preview, discussing the biggest storylines to pay attention to over the next month as we get closer and closer to kickoff between Texas and Ohio State. Before we shift gears and talk Longhorn football, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs, Buck?
Folks, it's getting close. I mean, you got the neighborhood kids. You want to take them to Hat Creek Burger for a little lunch. Nothing like taking the neighborhood kids. I've done it on a few occasions. That cost me, but that's okay because then they all wanted to show up. Not much just my neighborhood, 5 neighborhoods down, they all came when they know the old man was taking them to Hat Creek Burger or any burger place. But folks, Hat Creek Burger is a great place to take the kids, get that double with cheese, that wonderful milkshake that they have, their fries. Mom and dad, if you're interested in having a little cocktail later in the evening, you can at Hat Creek Burger. And at this time around this time of the morning, they are open up for breakfast at some of your local locations for Hat Creek Burgers with, of course, pancakes, sausage, tacos. They've got it all. But what they do specialize in hamburgers. They have 25 locations throughout Texas. They started right here in Austin, Texas. And Hat Creek Burger is absolutely delicious. Love my Hat Creek Burger. Of course, I'll have one this week. I don't know which day, but I'm going to have myself a Hat Creek Burger this week. I did last week. Enjoyed every bit of it. I did get the banana pudding shake. That's what it was.
There it is. Yeah.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Good combo right there.
It is a nice combo because I like to throw vanilla ice cream with a couple bananas, but the banana pudding itself, a little bit of dough in there, it was all right.
Yeah. Yep. Shout out to Hat Creek Burger Company. Burgers, fries, chicken, salads, shakes. They got it all for you.
They have a great Cobb salad, by the way.
Really?
I know that doesn't interest you whatsoever, but they make a really nice, Cobb salad to go. I like that.
I like that too. It's a healthy option for those of you.
For some of you.
For some of you out there. Oh, now a quick shout out from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
I love it. Hey, kids, get in the van. We're going to Hat Creek Burger. I love that. Do that. See how many kids you attract. If you go and those kids make a phone call and they said, hey, we're leaving in 45 minutes, be at the house. Watch how many of them show up. The whole neighborhood. Probably some of their parents are going to show up too.
That is weird that you were driving around with the windowless van asking random neighborhood kids to get in to go to Hat Creek. I don't know if our great friends over there are going to love that strategy.
Oh, when I show up with somebody else's 4-year-old or 5-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't had kids at your house in a long time, and you're talking about rounding up all of the kids and putting them in one car and taking them somewhere. That feels a little off to me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a little bit. I haven't had to go to my local HEB lately and ride around in this cart full of nothing and then go out and pick up chicks on a Friday night at HEB. So sometimes you got to think of something different, new things.
By new things, you mean like younger, like
no, sorry, no, you've got me wrong there, Diddy.
You walked right into that one. I feel like that's exactly what you were insinuating there. No,
that's right. Diddy gets ready to get. He's getting his sentence coming up here shortly.
It's not going to be very much though.
23rd. Right? I don't know.
It's going to be the 23rd. We're on the 28th. So next month we got a few more weeks to wait on that.
Yeah, Yeah, he's got a couple. He's still in the can now.
Yeah. I'm sure he's with the rest of Gen Pop in the can.
Wow.
I'm sure he's not in a special rich person prison at all right now. No chance.
Boy, did he blow that? Man, that guy had it. I still think, how can you have it like that and screw up that bad?
Well, he also got off, no pun intended. I mean, yes. I know he got found guilty of a couple of different things, but it could have and should have been way worse for him. So that's the beauty of building up the empire that Diddy built up. When you
how much do you need? How much do you have to have?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, to get away with stuff like that? Are you asking for
Oh,
yourself?
no. If you've got you can get away with stuff like that if you've got enough.
Yeah, that's what he did. So,
Man,
yeah, what a mess. What a mess. All right, let's dive into some Texas football, Buck. We are 2 days away from the start of fall camp. The players actually report tomorrow, and then the first day of practice gets going on Wednesday. We are 33 days, Priest Holmes days away from Texas and Ohio State. Each day leading up to the start of camp, we have taken a look at a different position room and talked about the biggest storylines heading into fall camp. On today's show, we're talking about the defensive line, Buck. Last week we focused on the offense. This week we shift things over to the defense. And for me, the number one position battle that I will be paying attention to over the next month's worth of practices is up on the defensive line, and more specifically, the interior of the Texas defensive line, where the Horns, of course, brought in 5 transfers. So that's the biggest question, maybe on the entire team, but definitely on the defensive line. How good are these new transfers that you brought in?
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna, it'll be a process of scrimmages. There's a lot that goes into that deal. They can't just go by, they'll go goal line scrimmages. They'll go down in distance situations and see how those guys react, how they move, and they've got to be guys that are physically able to handle it inside, especially in the SEC. I don't know where they're coming from, different places, coming from Purdue and places like that. Can they hang in there? If you played in the Big Ten, you should be able to hang in there for a while. I don't think they're asking you to be guys that play a bunch of series. I think you'll see a lot of rotation early until they get the, 2 or 3 guys that they're really going to stick with and they feel good about that can handle, 3 or 4 series at a time. And even at that, I mean, it's where we are. It's hot. Guys don't stay in for whole series. We've seen that over the last couple of years. You see rotations of players. This isn't like the wide receiver room where you get 3 guys and we're sticking with them. You're going to see a lot of rotations here because it's going to be hot here early in the football season. Plus, you need the guys to get to the experience of being in the SEC. So I would agree. I think that's the biggest. How good are they going to be? I said after the first year, I don't know if they could be any better than they were the first year, and they were in the second year. Well, I don't know how much better they can be in the third year than they were in the second year. That's going to be, I think that's one of the big question marks for me. How physical can those guys be? And who will stand out? Because it's not just putting bodies in there. Somebody's going to have to stand out and be a player inside.
That's it. I think you hit the nail on the head, Buck. Yeah, those guys are going to rotate all year round, and it's not just in the early games when temperatures are in the triple digits in weeks 2 through 4. We're talking late in the season and into the playoff. Right. I mean, that's a position where you are constantly rotating guys to keep guys fresh over the course of a 60-minute football game, but you need to have 2 or 3 guys that you can turn to. It's the fourth quarter, 1 possession game. Who are your go-to defensive linemen? Like 2 years ago, it was Devondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. Those guys weren't coming off the field in those situations. Last year, it was Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton. Those guys weren't coming off the field in those situations. Who are your 2 guys this year who are just, when the going gets tough and you absolutely need somebody to step up and make a play, who could you rely on? And look, some of that might not get answered until Columbus 33 days from now, but you'd like to have an inkling of that figured out by the time that game starts, wouldn't you?
Well, they will feel like they know who their 2 guys are, whether they've been in games or not, and not games of that magnitude. They'll know that these are the guys that practice and in scrimmages that have done it. They will get the first shot at it, Yeah.
And for some of these guys, like 3 of the 5 transfers that Texas brought in were here for the spring, but only 2 of them were full participants in spring practice because Travis Shaw, who came in from North Carolina, was dealing with a lingering knee issue. So we did a little bit, but like the coaches haven't really seen him at full speed in a Texas uniform. And then, of course, after spring ball ended, you added the freshman All-American Murad Watson from Syracuse and then LaVon Johnson from Maryland as well. So all 5 of these guys, to your point, Buck, are from either the Big Ten or the ACC. Right. So there's not like a massive jump in competition that these dudes are taking going into the SEC. Hell, a couple of these guys went up against Ohio State last year, the team you open up the season against. So that's the good news right there. But again, 3 of them you haven't really seen at all at Texas. So they're playing behind the 8 ball a little bit. Can they do enough over the next month to prove that they are worthy of being in that conversation as one of the starting defensive tackles?
Well, they just got to hold the fort inside because the guys on the outside are pretty good. Ethan Berg and the rest, some of these other guys are, Colin Simmons on the out. These guys can really hold up the perimeter pretty good. And they're going to help you inside. It's not like those guys, because they're outside, defensive ends, don't help you inside in the run against the run. Those guys will help. Ethan Berg, he is so long. He will help you in all those ways. Plus, he'll hold the perimeter pretty good. We know what Simmons is like. I mean, he's such a great athlete. Plus, you don't know if Anthony Hill's going to be out there sometime. They've got enough on the outside, but they'll also help you inside too. And where will they put Hill? I mean, will he be inside a lot more?
Anthony Hill, yeah, I think he's going to play where he was last year for the most part, just inside linebacker, the middle of the defense, the captain of that defense. I'm sure they'll bring him, they'll blitz him, they'll bring him off the edge from time to time. I mean, he was second on the team in sacks last season, so that's a weapon for that dude. But yeah, he'll be more with the linebackers than with the defensive line for sure.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time, but they'll find those guys that by the time the summer practice is over with, you're going to be pretty sure that who can withstand, the power of these teams that you're going to be playing. Now, that's not to say that they're not going to be banged up, that you got to find other guys who's coming in next. It's like, who's up next? Here's the guy that we think that can do it. We've seen him at practice, but who's going to be the next guy? Because that guy can't stay in there the entire time. You know that.
For sure. Yeah. And look, that's why Texas went out and got as many guys as they did, right? They could have stopped at 2 or 3 transfers, but they ended up with 5 on the defensive line because they not only wanted to make sure they had good starting caliber players, but they had enough guys to rotate as well. So, yeah, look, I think Cole Brevard, I don't want to say he's a lock, but you look at his resume compared to just everybody else who plays defensive tackle at Texas, and he's got the best resume, and he's got more experience than anybody else. So I would think one of the spots is his to lose, but the other one, it's like who gets that? Who steps up and earns that? Is it Murad Watson, again, a freshman All-American last year at Syracuse who looked really good? Is it Hero Kanu, who was on the Ohio State team that won it all last year? He appeared in every game. Now, he wasn't a super prominent player for them, but he was a factor on the best team in the sport a season ago. Could it be Alex January, a guy who was actually here last year in the playbook and maybe has the eyes of the coaches, considering he's been here pretty much longer than anybody else, which is absurd to say.
You would think he's a guy who understands the defense. He understands what they're looking for defensively. If he's big enough, I mean, I would think he would have the first shot at getting in there.
Yeah, I would too. Going into, I believe, his 3rd year with the program.
Yeah, but we don't know. Like, we knew going into the season about certain guys. Alfred Collins, we've been waiting. We knew about Broughton. We knew about some of these guys. We don't really know enough about these dudes. As I see it, can they do it for 3 straight years? And they went out and, generally when they go get some guys, they know exactly what they're looking for.
You're right. They've had a bunch of success in the portal, and the hope is that continues. But yeah, you're right. Like, even though I don't think either of us expected, I don't know how many Texas fans expected Collins and Broughton to have the year that they had in 2024. You at least, you knew those guys were your starters. It was just
one thing we did know, we knew they both were capable, and we knew Collins, the flashes that we saw, he had that guy was born with all that stuff, We just been waiting and waiting and waiting. They only had 1 more year to do it, and he got it done.
I was hopeful. Like, you're right.
Yes.
The flashes were there, but I was like hopeful he was going to be as consistent as he was. And they were. So credit.
And his
Kenny
coach
Baker.
found something in him, and the new coach that coached the position found something that sparked that kid.
For sure. And that's like, at least last year you knew who your starters were. You didn't quite know how good they were going to get. But that's a good point, bringing up Kenny Baker. And I'll also throw in Alan Clark as well, your new edge coach that has been just killing it in recruiting. Well, obviously, we haven't seen him coach a game since he got here this offseason. But like the combination of those two guys, again, Kenny Baker passed every test with flying colors in year 1, what does he do for an encore? And then what type of advantage can Alan Clark give you as well, working with those dudes?
Absolutely.
That's a guy who works with guys like Daniil Hunter. He's a personal trainer for some of the best pass rushers in the NFL. And those guys don't just train with anybody. So I think it was a great get. Again, we're already seeing it on the recruiting trail with what Alan Clark has done. But now, yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do with some of those guys on the outside and watch them take their games to another level.
Yeah, they need them to really, really play well because they've got such special athletes in the secondary and in the linebacker area and the outside that if they can hold up inside, boy, oh boy. And as I said, the guys on the outside will help the guys on the inside because, I mean, they take up a lot of room. Those guys outside are really good athletes. They're not going to let you just get pummeled off tackle. It's not just beating you around the corner. Anything off tackle and inside, they're there to help you too.
Yeah. Oh, it's the best edge room in the country, I think. And Colin Simmons, after what he did as a freshman, and Trey Moore, the way he ended last year, and then our guy, Ethan Burke, and Colton Vasek, and it sounds like Justice Terry, the 5-star that you brought in from Georgia in this class, is getting some work on the edge as well. You got talent, you got depth, you got experience. I want to see those guys take their game to another level this year. And it's crazy to me. I had to double check this, and hopefully I didn't need to triple check it. Hopefully I'm right. Texas hasn't had a double-digit sack guy since Jackson Jeffcoat in 2013 when Mac Brown was still coaching the team. Now, Colin Simmons has gone on the record and said he wants to break Kiki Diala's record of 22.5 sacks in a single season, which I know, you're playing more games than they did back in 82, and Diala only played 11 games that year where he had 22.5 sacks. But can we get somebody with double digits, please?
That would be nice.
15. 15 is less than what Colin Simmons is shooting for, but that would put him amongst the leaders in the country. And I mean, that'd be an incredible year. If he could get to something close to that, that would feel like a huge win for this defense.
Well, one thing we know that I think they'll be able to do, they'll be able to pressure from the outside, which is going to help the secondary, who I think is going to be a very good secondary out an awful lot. So, can you get pressure from your inside guys? I mean, if the other guys get pushed to the outside, are these quarterbacks going to be able to step up in the pocket because you're not getting much from the guys inside? That's what we'll be looking for early too.
Right. No, absolutely.
Especially against Ohio State, a new quarterback, you need not only pressure that person from the outside, you got to push it right in his face.
Most quarterbacks will tell you that the pressure they hate the most is the one right in their face.
Oh, they hate it when they have to step up in the pocket.
Yeah, they don't like that. So if you can get a defensive or two that can get after the quarterback like Texas has had the last 2 seasons, then you can't just get a good pass rush off the edge. Of course, you want that too, but you got to have those guys who can push the pocket back up.
You're going to get that from the outside. You've got talented guys outside. You got 3 or 4 talented guys from the outside. We don't know what you got on the inside. And if a quarterback can step up and feel comfortable in the pocket, and those wide outside rushers can go, they just know we got to get rid of the ball because those dudes are pretty good in recovery after they get past me. But if I can step up clean in the pocket, that's not going to be good. That'll be bad.
No, but I think your overarching point of the edge rushers being good and needing to be good is important because there's plenty of reason to believe the defensive tackles aren't going to be as good. Again, we thought they weren't last year, but none of the guys that are coming in had the resumes that Alfred.
Well, we don't know them. We don't know. Right. We don't see enough of them and hear enough about them, but we'll know pretty quick here over the next couple of weeks.
But it's the edge rushers. I expect them to take a big step. Like Trey Moore. Trey Moore had 5.5 sacks last year. He didn't have any in the first 7 games of the year. He turned it on in the second half of the season. It finally looked like he got up to speed with, the jump in competition that he made going from UTSA to Texas. And it's okay, can he do that over a full year? And Ethan Burke made some big plays last year. We love Ethan Burke. He only had 2 sacks for the entirety of the 2024 season. He's better than that. And I know sacks aren't everything.
He was fabulous. He was really good against the run. Yeah. For a young guy who's long like that you expect, he's not going to play that well once he goes down inside a little bit And he did. He played, he came across. He knocked guys for a loss. If a runner was never squared up and never got his shoulder square and ended up sideways on him, he took those dudes down. And for minimal gains in the run game, he was good against that.
Oh, he was great against that. And I don't want to put too much stock into the sack category because you can obviously impact the game without getting sacks. But I feel like he's better than 2, right? I feel like he could be good for 5 this year. Colton Vasek, if he could stay healthy, he's another guy who had 2 sacks last year. Like, there's reason to believe, like, your top 4 edge rushers, you're losing Baron Sorrell. He will be missed. But there's reason to believe those top 4 edge rushers can all increase their production from a year ago.
For
By the way, Texas was 4th in the nation in sacks last year. Like, that, they were pretty good at that. It helps to play a few more games like the Longhorns got to do. But I think if everything gets put together and Texas makes another run into the playoff, Buck, like, they can lead the country in sacks this year as a team.
Yeah, I would agree.
That doesn't feel like last year Texas had 46. Boise State, a playoff team, led the nation with 55. So if you're in that 50 to 60 range, you have a shot to be number 1 in the country. You could easily point to a few guys getting a few more sacks to get Texas there. So that should be the goal. That should be the goal for Kenny Baker and Alan Clark and PK. Like, we need to lead the nation in sacks this year.
You're going to win an awful lot of games if you lead the nation in sacks with the group that you have behind there.
Oh, man, absolutely. That would be awesome. And then I guess my last question for, the D-line is, like, how much will the freshmen play? You've got some dudes up there. I mean, 5-star Justice Terry, the top-ranked defensive lineman in the country. He's around 265, 270 right now. So I think he's been getting more run with the edges just because he's not quite, defensive tackle size just yet. But again, number 1 D lineman in the country. Lance Jackson was another 5-star edge rusher, like a top 30 player in the country. You brought in Myron Charles and Josiah Sharma, who are a couple of high 4-star defensive tackles. Like, can those guys do anything to crack the rotation? And
well, 2 of those guys stand out in camp that look like no matter what they weigh, if they're 265, 280, I mean, between that, can they get in there and play at this level as freshmen? If you can get 2 of those guys, that'd be unbelievable. That got in, that it will get in games, that will be in the Ohio State game at some given time. That would be fantastic. You're not going to get 3 or 4 of them, but you can get 2.
Yeah. Oh, man. If you already have those guys making plays in game 1, then that's big time. I don't know if we'll see it in game 1, but the hope for me is, like, you see it in games 2 through 4. And then when you get into conference play, the coaches feel good enough about 1, 2, maybe 3 of those guys to where it's like, no, we'll play you when games are close. We don't need to wait till we're up 30 against a bad team to put you in. Like,
they won't care. The coaches won't care much about the size. It'll be about the technique. If they just beat a dude, and they can beat him a lot of times, on the snap, and not necessarily have to bull a guy over, but can swim, move, or do whatever it takes to get around guys and make plays in the run and the pass, then those guys are going to get an opportunity in games. And as you said, the second and third game, you got plenty of opportunities there, I would think.
Yeah, beat a dude. Thank you for saying off the snap. You worried me a little bit with that phrase a moment ago. Appreciate that. Yeah, it'll be fun to watch, man. Like, there are position competitions worth paying attention to all up and down this roster. But, yeah, what happens at defensive line, especially up the gut of that defensive line, is the one I'm going to be maybe most locked into.
Yeah, which one of these young defenders on the line is going to create havoc for the offensive line guys who have been there for a while? And they'll be believe me, the offensive line guys will be talking about certain guys that are being a pain in the ass. So,
yeah, that's a good test. I mean, we have some questions about the Texas offensive line, but there's still plenty of talent there, and they're still incredibly well coached. So these defensive linemen will be going up against some great players.
Absolutely.
And it's always – I'll say it right now, and I'll probably say it 50 more times during fall camp. It's always kind of a net neutral when it comes to, playing against your own team, right? Like, if the offensive line is dominating the defensive line, it's like, well, you get excited. Oh, my God, our offensive line's great. We're not going to miss Kelvin Banks and Jake Majors. We'll be fine. And then you're like, wait, does our D-line suck? So, like, the perfect world, you want, like, wait, one day of practice, the O-line's winning. The next day of practice, the D-line's winning.
Yeah, it kind of evens out. They start to get used to each other, used to the moves. So it evens out. I mean, guys don't generally dominate guys in summer practices. Eventually, you start figuring out the moves that guys have, and now you know how to combat what they do. So it works out pretty well. I mean, some guy may have a huge scrimmage. The next time you'll start asking, what happened to that dude? Well, they know his moves now. You're not going to get to do that again.
Right. Yeah. That's like you said, you want it evened out, and that's generally how it works with a really, really talented football team. Offense will win some days, defense will win some days. It feels like the defense usually wins more early on because
they do.
It's just easier to install a defense versus an offense.
Yeah, it's just easier to tell them to go after a guy with ball. I mean,
yeah, that's simply put, right? Whoever has the ball, go hit that dude.
Yeah,
that's all we need to do.
You don't give up this gap right here. After that, find a way. If you give up that gap and you make a play, they're generally going to pat you on the back. Nobody screams at you for that.
No.
But if you give up that gap and some guy goes 60, then look out.
You're running suicides. They're lucky there's no track still around DKR.
Yeah, defensive line coaches, when they say don't give up this gap over there and you give that up, that means there's somebody behind you not going to be in that gap too. So that's why they're putting your ass in that gap. And then you decided that, oh, no, I think I can make a play doing it this way. And that whole gap is open. Look out.
You lay him the end zone.
Oh, they get nutty.
That's great. They get nutty. Good word.
I like it. I like when guys give up the gap like that. That's good. Hey, we'll find out. We'll find out if this guy keeps doing that. We understand the defense too, especially when you're playing against your own guys and you understand what their defense is. You see it all the time. That's the fun part. But yeah, there'll be a couple guys that'll stand out that are young guys that'll get an opportunity early. I hope that they're not guys that are going to start playing football in their junior year. There'll be guys that, if they're a couple 5 stars and 4 stars, they're going to be ready to play early too.
Competition breeds excellence. I'm a big believer in that. And Texas has a lot of it. When you recruit the way Steve Sarkisian has,
you're right.
Bringing in ridiculous amounts of talent, and those guys are going to push.
It's not just about guys that come from other places, about the ones that you recruited here yourself that are young.
Yeah, just brought in the number 1 class in America. Like those guys don't want to sit. They don't want to just say, we're freshmen, we got to wait our turn. Shit, no. I mean, those guys those guys are looking at what Colin Simmons did last year and what Anthony Hill did 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
Those guys got on the field and played a ton as freshmen. I want to be the next one of them. Jonah Williams, Justice Terry, those defensive 5 stars are like, yeah, I want to do exactly what the last 2 defensive 5 stars did. I'm going to get my ass on the field. So it's good. It's going to be fun to watch, fun to pay attention to.
Yeah, it's just a lot of natural stuff too. A lot of, there's things that the defensive line guys aren't as technique oriented, especially in the middle. It's just a strength kind of deal and leverage. Guys on the outside, the technique outside is really, really important. And those guys are pretty skilled outside with their technique. As I said, they're not just outside guys that don't let you get to the perimeter. They don't give up the inside arm either and let you gouge them off tackle. They've done really, really well over the last 2 years and not giving up a lot of big runs,
You're right. You're absolutely right. Hopefully that position can remain a strength for Texas because, the D-line's been a huge part of why the Horns have done what they've done the last 2 years. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-BABY-FAT. It's 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We appreciate y'all chiming in. You are the most important part of the show. So thank you for spending your Monday morning with us.
I'd be so excited. I'm excited about seeing how Anthony Hill really, All-American guy. I mean, how he's going to be when he's having to play the real linebacker position, what he can do in there. I mean, how devastating. I think he can be as devastating of a blitzer from inside than he is from the out. You're talking about wanting to get some push up front. Boy, how about trying to have to catch that guy at full speed if you're a running back? If you've got to stick your face in there, you better be cut blocking. That guy will be on the legs of a quarterback so quick.
That's what he did last year. Yeah, 8 sacks last year, second on the team as a linebacker. Like that's
wow.
I mean, and Hill's getting, top 10 draft pick projections right now, playing a non-premium position. Just shows you the type of talent that kid is.
Yeah, and LaFau, I expect him to be even better. I mean, he'll be a little bit bigger, You know, he understands the scheme. He was pretty good last year, but I expect him to be really, really good. Those guys inside will be good.
Talking, linebackers is what we'll be focused on tomorrow. We'll do our position-by-position preview. Did see Leonga Lafau at Cabo Bob's a couple of days ago, one of our sponsors. That's how you know he's got his head on straight.
Had himself getting some Cabo Bobs, did he?
Getting some Cabo Bobs, yep. That's how you know. That's how you know it's going to be a big year for Leonga Lafau right there. All right. We'll dive into the linebackers. We'll talk secondary. We're talking all things Texas football because, the Longhorns will return to the field this week. Again, they report tomorrow, and the first day of training camp is on Wednesday. We're talking all about it all day long here on TSU. We've got the top 10 questions going into the 2025 college football season we have to get to in hour 2, plus a hilarious video from the weekend and a little MLB conversation as well. But before we dive into all of that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
To our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, for all of your alcohol needs. Whether it's liquors, wines, soda, they have it at 34 Wine and Spirits. And they're a wholesale distributor, so if you're having a big party, company party, call on those guys and they can get it to you, or just stop by the store at 4601 Southwest Parkway, right there at the end of the Southwest Parkway. Say hello to the guys and pick up everything that you need. Jack Daniels, hey, tequilas, all your different tequilas are there, all your fine wines, and they also have Altstadt Beer. That's right, the world's greatest beer is located there in all varieties. As a matter of fact, they have it, all the varieties of Altstadt Beer right there at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. Had me a few Hefeweizens over the
Oh,
weekend.
you did you?
Come on, man. Had to enjoy some Altstadt. Beautiful weekend like the one we just had. Not missing out on the opportunity to drink some Altstadt beer. And, football season right around the corner. You need a good beer to accompany your football watching, your tailgates, your watch parties. Maybe you're just sitting at home by yourself every Saturday to enjoy the football. You need a great beer with you. My beer of choice is Altstadt Beer. It should be yours as well. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, easy to find, available all across the state. So if you're tuned in from the Metroplex or from H-Town or from San Antonio, you can get some Altstadt as well. Like the Buck said, they've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, the Hefeweizen, the light, the peach rattler, perfect for the summertime. They got it all. I'm telling you, and every Altstadt is brewed without preservatives or additives or unnecessary sugars, so you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. Get you some the next time you're at the store, the next time you're at your favorite bar. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Yes, indeed.
And a shout out to our friends at AV Consultations as well. You know what? Let's let you hear from our friends at AV Consultations right now.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
Very nice.
Go. Love AV Consultations. Yep, make the call by the time football season rolls around. And look, baseball is getting pretty good too. Trade deadline is also on Thursday. And we're getting closer and closer to the postseason. Buck, interesting story to pay attention to today. Coach Prime and his medical team are going to hold a press conference today. And we don't really know much more than that. We don't know exactly what it's about. There are reports that he has been battling a mysterious health condition. Anytime you see anybody have a press conference with a medical team, a coach, player, or just a human being, it's like it leads you to believe that something is seriously wrong right now. But yeah, something to look out for as the day progresses. There might be an interesting announcement about the future of Deion Sanders at Colorado.
I wasn't expecting there would be much future there anyway, once his kids are gone.
Right.
So I don't know. I know he's been dealing with that foot for quite a while now, and I don't know. Maybe it's gotten to the point where he just can't do it out there with his foot.
Yeah.
What's he going to be? Just a booth coach now?
I don't know. Maybe it's that, right? Maybe he will be up in the booth this year.
Or
Maybe
something else may be wrong.
Something else may be wrong. Wish him all the best, obviously. But again, something to pay attention to. I don't know if he's announcing that, yeah, he's stepping down. Like whatever health issues that he's dealing with is too much for him to overcome. And he feels like he'd be better served if he's not doing everything that goes into being a head coach in Division I college football.
Well, yeah, one thing you have to do physically is you have to be on the field.
Right.
That takes a lot. If you got half a foot, that's not easy.
Well, you could do who was it Hugh Freeze when he was at Liberty who coached that game from the hospital the hospital bed?
Yeah, I mean I can see Deion trying to do it from just being, but he's a handsy guy, you know what I mean? I mean, if he can't be out there doing demonstrations and even hobbling around trying to do demonstrations, I don't think he'd be that he won't be effective that way. He's the demonstrator, as I said, and he's out there at practices with a half a foot trying to, show guys stuff. That I can't see him being just stuck up in the booth. And I don't even know if he wants to be. I mean, I'm just guessing. It could be something totally different. That guy could have some kind of other ailment that we don't know. We'll find out.
Give me this. Give me a full season of this. This is Hugh Freeze when he was at Liberty coaching a game from a hospital bed, like next to the stage. Give me that. Give me Coach Prime doing that for all 12 games, please.
They're not paying his kind of contract for that deal.
Oh my God. No, I don't think so. And look, I had said I thought Deion was going to step away after Shador and Travis Hunter went to the NFL. I didn't think it was going to be because of this. Like he seems like he's fully intending to coach this year. He recruited really well. He hit the portal really hard. So he's done everything to make you to believe that he does want to stay at Boulder, even though, both of his sons and Travis Hunter are now gone. But yeah, maybe this is the end. Who knows? We'll see what happens. A lot of speculation, obviously, but yeah, something worth keeping an eye on as this day moves along. Could be a huge story in the world of college football.
Yeah. I just don't know if you can continue to go unless you're just totally healed up from, that foot, and that thing is not totally healed up. He's probably got blood clots and things like that. Everything he has to worry about, the more he uses that, nub, the more the problems that will present itself. So, as I said, he's more of a hands-on kind of, demonstrative. He wants to be talking and moving and out there doing what he can. I can't see him just sitting back in a wheelchair trying to coach football. It just doesn't seem like he'd be the same guy. The effect wouldn't be the same.
We'll see what happens there. All right, Buck. What did you just drop over there? Are you good?
Drop my paper. I'm good.
All right. We've got the 10 biggest questions entering the 2025 college football season from our friends at Fox Sports. And Texas is involved in one of these questions. And I think these are all questions worth talking about, and run through some of these pretty quickly here.
Okay.
But questions, big questions, and things that will define what this upcoming college football season looks like. The first one, according to Fox, how good will Bryce Underwood be? Remember Bryce Underwood, the true freshman quarterback at Michigan, who got a $10 million NIL contract to go to the Wolverines. He was originally committed to LSU. He's from the state of Michigan. Was committed to LSU for a long time, and then some boosters ponied up and said, "No, we'll give you $10 million if you stay home and come here."
I expected he's very good for that kind of money. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I expect for him to be a freshman sensation. I don't want to hear it. Well, it's going to take him a couple years. I'm going to pay that guy $10 million to see him as a junior. That's not good. That wouldn't work for me. That guy has to be an exceptional like Bryce Young coming out of high school, like Arch Manning coming out of high school. He has to be, when he gets on the field, he has to be an exceptional player. Not to say that he's going to have some bad times, but he can't be, he won't, it's going to take him a couple years. It can't take him a couple years at that price tag.
At that price tag, right? And it's public. Not every NIL deal is known to Gen Pop, but we all saw how much money Bryce Underwood got to sign with Michigan. So, yeah, anytime he screws up, it's going to be, there's the $10 million man. A mistake by
absolutely.
Michigan.
Yeah. I mean, there comes pressure with that.
Yeah, number one quarterback in the class, 6'4", 208. But, he's going to start the year more than likely as the starter for the Wolverines. They open up the year with New Mexico at home. Should be pretty easy. But then remember, week 2 for Michigan is at OU.
They'll kick the crap out of OU.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're very high on Bryce Underwood then if you think he's going to go on the road and kick the crap out of the Sooners.
Everybody's going to kick the crap out of them, so it doesn't matter. He might as well be part of the bandwagon of that.
Or Sharon Moore, the Michigan head coach, is a graduate of the University of Oklahoma. Remember,
his
suspension isn't starting until after that game is done. Classic. Got to give the coach the chance to coach against his alma mater. No, Oklahoma's good, so that's why we have to have the coach in there for that one. But, yeah, can Michigan bounce back? Won it all 2 years ago. Very disappointing 8-5 season last year. Did end with a bowl victory over Alabama as a 16-point dog in the ReliaQuest Bowl. High tide, roll tide, whatever you say. But remember, Bama didn't want to be there. That's how it works in the SEC. Buck, we're learning. We're learning those things.
Absolutely.
But that's question number 1. How good will Bryce Underwood be? I think I know your answer to question number 2. Is Clemson a legit national title contender behind Cade Klubnik?
Yes, they are.
I've been calling him your sleeper for months now, even though they won the ACC and made the playoff last year, and they're going to start this year in the top 10.
Hey, don't sleep on them, okay? They'll be pretty good.
And I'm not. No one's sleeping on them. That's why they're not a sleeper.
You know who's not sleeping on them? My cousin.
Yeah, you're high, and your cousin's high.
Oh, yeah.
Clemson and on a few other things right now, I think. You've gone on the record and said that you feel very good about Clemson taking care of LSU in that season opener.
In the opener, yes.
And then looking at the rest of Clemson's schedule, look, they benefit from playing in the ACC. I will give them credit. They have 2 non-con games against SEC schools. They play South Carolina every year. That's a road game for Clemson this year. So they bookend their year with LSU and then at South Carolina at the end. Their ACC schedule, though, they don't have to play Miami. They get SMU and Florida State at home. Their toughest road game in conference is probably Georgia Tech. They do have at North Carolina with Bill Belichick there, and at Boston College, and at Louisville. That's not hard. I'm trying to make an ACC schedule sound tough. Look at me.
A lot of people think that Louisville will be pretty good. They think they've got a quarterback that's coming in that's going to be pretty good. But you and I, we will not do anything with Louisville. We do not trust that group.
Louisville was the only ACC team to beat Clemson last year, and they won at Death Valley. So that's a Friday night game, November 14th. And, yeah, I don't know. We'll know way more about both of these teams. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know a bunch about Louisville football right now. But Clemson should be a playoff team this year. If they win week 1, they're definitely going to make the playoff this year.
Yes.
But the question is not that, Buck. It's, are they a legit national title contender again under Dabo Swinney?
If they got their defense going again, yes, because I know what they'll be offensively. They will throw the ball all over the place with those receivers and this quarterback. So he's going to put up some really big numbers this year.
Yeah, and they've got a bunch of starters back. Like I see John saying they're overrated. They barely made the playoff last year. You look at most teams that did make the playoff last year, everybody else lost a lot more than Clemson did.
Yes.
So, yeah, Clemson was a 3-loss team. They needed a miracle to beat SMU to make the playoff. Look, they clearly weren't on Texas's level. We saw that game in DKR. Like, there's a pretty significant gap between a team like Texas and a team like Clemson last year. But people are so high on the Tigers because they've got so much back, 17 starters back. And they've got a Heisman favorite, or at least a Heisman contender at QB. They've got a coach who's won 2 national championships before. Like, I'm high on Clemson. I think they're a legit national title contender. Are they my pick to win it all? No. But do I think they could, like, get to the Final Four this year? Yeah, I do.
I would agree.
So, yeah, shoot, you better agree. If they're your sleeper, you better be.
They are my sleeper. They are my sleeper. Don't anybody sleep on them.
I like that. Number 3, big questions. 10 biggest questions, I should say, going into the college football season. We'll stick with the ACC. Will Carson Beck lead Miami to the college football playoff?
No.
They almost got there last year with the number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward, and then they lost to Syracuse at the end of the year that cost them a spot in the ACC title game. Miami went 10-3 last year. They lost their bowl game, so 10-2, or excuse me. Yeah, 10-2 in the regular season. Then they lost their bowl game. It took me a while to get there, but we got there. Carson Beck coming in from Georgia. Up and down year for the Dogs. You're low on the Canes this year.
No, I don't think so. Canes had their chance with that quarterback last year. They blew it.
I have no faith in Mario Cristobal.
No.
At some point, that guy's got to prove to me that he knows what he's doing, not just in recruiting, but in in-game coaching.
This isn't the year.
I haven't gotten over. I mean, he had some bad mistakes at Oregon, but that play, 2 years ago when they were playing Georgia Tech, all they had to do was take a knee and they would have won the game. And instead they run the ball, player fumbles, Georgia Tech scores and wins the game in the final seconds. Like, I haven't been able to get that play out of my head. And yeah, they should have lost to, who was it? Virginia Tech and Cal. They got lucky to beat both of those teams last year. And they did end up slipping up a couple of times down the stretch. So, yeah.
Carson Beck, is he going to be the second coming of the greatest American hero after Case McCoy? I don't think so.
Look, I love Case McCoy as a player and personally. He's a great dude. He better be better than Case McCoy. Right? I mean, look, the playoff wasn't around back then, but Case McCoy didn't have Texas competing for,
Yeah, I mean, he's coming off of an injury, where his arm was on backwards. So I don't know. You don't know about that till you get into those situations where you get out, throw the ball in traffic. And then again, let's not forget he does play in the ACC now. I gotta bring that back into play, don't we?
So we'll learn a lot about Miami. Another one of these teams playing a really good team week 1. They host Notre Dame on that Sunday of Labor Day weekend. So Notre Dame obviously played for a title last year. They've got high hopes to get back there this year. It's a home game for the U. You can send a message to the college football world and Catholics versus convicts that you got a little something this year.
That's true.
And then they play Florida. Another non-con game. That's another home game for the U. They go at SMU. They don't have to play Clemson this year. We'll see. I'm going to be borderline on Miami making it to the CFP, but I feel like I'm leaning no right now because of their head coach. Not so much Carson, because of their head coach. All right, next question. Can Lincoln Riley make USC a contender in year 4, Buck?
I think he's got to, or he'll be back in Norman.
You keep trying to manifest it, and I love that you are.
You actually don't. You don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen, do we?
Well, I was thrilled when Lincoln left OU because he had things rolling there. I mean, he walked into a great situation replacing Stoops and just kept it rolling. Now I don't know. If Lincoln went back to OU, I wouldn't be worried about OU. I think I'd be worried more about them than I am now with Venables as the coach.
Okay, yeah, I don't want him back there. I say that's what they all talk about, how they hate that guy. They open arms to that guy if he wanted to come back. After this guy gets done screwing the program up, they would bring Lincoln Riley back. Get back to getting all these quarterbacks.
No way. Unless Lincoln Riley goes like 11-1 this year and makes the playoff. Otherwise, no chance they're bringing that dude back.
Easy. This is the easiest one of all. This is the easiest move in college football. Lincoln Riley comes back to Norman. They find their quarterbacks. Now they're in the SEC, and they're ready to go. And he doesn't have to be scared anymore.
So, okay, does Lincoln Riley get fired at USC and then he goes back to OU, or does he like do well at USC and then voluntarily goes back?
Oh no, he does well enough, and then he sees that the fire hose drinker gets fired. He says, "You know what? Would you guys like to have me back? Here I come." Bob Stoops talks him into coming back. After Bob Stoops quits coaching and becomes the AD there, awesome.
That'd be hilarious. That would all be so fun.
I would not like that at all.
I would like that. Again, I'd prefer Venables to stick, but like
I do too.
I'd rather Lincoln Riley be the coach there than, I don't know, like Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, or there's a few up and coming coaches around the sport that I think could kind of wake Oklahoma back up. Lincoln Riley.
Afraid that Bill O'Brien would leave Boston College and go to Oklahoma?
Dude, I would love that. Oh my God. Like Brent Venables is Vince Lombardi compared to Bill O'Brien, dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah, whatever I need to do, I will donate like my left nut. You only need one nut, right? Our guy KD taught us that. I will donate my left nut for Bill O'Brien to be coaching Oklahoma football. It's got to be like a 10-year. It can't be like one and done. Like I need 10 years of Bill O'Brien coaching OU, and then I'll sacrifice a testy.
Can you imagine what this show would be like if that guy was the head coach there every week when they lose? Oh my God.
That guy he's a tough cookie, and he yells at his players. He yells at the media. He yells at the fans. I'll never forget that. Him MFing a fan walking out of the tunnel at NRG Stadium at a halftime of a game where the Texans were getting boat raced by Drew Lock and the Broncos. And he's literally telling a fan, "You suck too. You suck too, MFer. You suck." The fans are all talking on him, and he's dishing it back to the fans. Oh, God, give me that in Norman, please. Where do I sign?
Oh, you're not going to get it. You're going to get Lincoln Riley coming back.
I think SC's going to have a good year. I don't think they're like a contender. That's what the question is. But like, I mean, they were 6-6, and they beat the Aggies in that Vegas Bowl last year. I mean, I think USC wins like 9 games this season, 8 or 9 games, which again, not in the playoff, but a lot better for them. Depends on the quarterback play, but they lost a lot of close games. And you could say, well, it's Lincoln Riley and he just couldn't make the right. That's fair. But like, I generally feel like one possession games and turnover luck, things like that flip from year to year. So I feel like SC's got a couple extra wins in them, but I can't pick them to be a legit contender this year. Number 5, we talked about this one a little bit. Like, how will Deion Sanders adjust to life without Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter? We'll see if Deion's the coach past today. That's all we'll say about that one. Number 6, one we touched on a little bit a week ago. How will Bill Belichick adjust to the college game? Any more thoughts on that?
They'll just be okay. He'll adjust. I mean, he can coach. He's got a coaching staff that's decent around him, but they'll be just okay. They're not gonna turn anybody's heads where have 11 wins. But if they get 8 wins or whatever, that's a nice start for them. And there's just no headaches with his fiance. If there's no headaches and all that stuff is just kind of, and he's back to just coaching football, and she's just back to taking money from him, that's fine.
The good news for Bill Belichick in North Carolina, they have the second easiest ACC schedule this year. They do have to play Clemson, but that game's at home. But they don't have to play Miami. They don't have to play SMU, and they don't have to play Louisville, who I think a lot of people think are, like 3 of the top 4 teams in the conference this year. So I don't even see Florida State on the schedule either. And
is Georgia Tech on their schedule? Georgia Tech's on their schedule, right?
No.
Who the hell do they play?
They don't play anybody. This is crazy.
They play Duke as Duke. Do they play Wake Forest too?
They do open the year with TCU on Labor Day, that Monday.
Big game.
September 1st. Yeah, big game right there. That's a home game in Chapel Hill. But the ACC schedule, they also have to play at UCF, by the way, in the non-con, which tricky. UCF solid, whatever.
Hey, with their new coach, with their national championship coach back.
Yeah, you're right. And that game's at the Bounce House. Interesting. ACC schedule, Clemson, at Cal, Virginia, at Cuse, Stanford, at Wake Forest, Duke, at NC State.
They don't even play Wake Forest. Did you say Wake Forest?
Yeah, they do have Wake
They
Forest.
They don't play Georgia Tech. They don't play Miami. What the hell?
Georgia Tech, no Miami, no Florida State, no SMU, no Louisville.
No BC.
No BC. Oh, that'd be an easy win. But no
yeah, they're
BC.
afraid. They're afraid.
I would love to. That would have been great. Belichick versus O'Brien, Battle of the Bills.
How about that?
Yeah, those guys worked together for a little bit in New England. That would have been fun. But yeah, like it's set up for Bill Belichick if he actually cares about coaching instead of just flaunting his girlfriend or fiance or whatever the hell she is now. It's set up for them to have a decent season.
Yeah, like I said, if he can get 8 wins,
yeah,
now their recruiting will, they'll spend a little bit more money, and then he'll go and he'll want to get out of the ACC and to get into the SEC, and he would want that.
Yeah, you think Belichick's gonna one and done to an SEC gig?
No, they'll open up their arms for North Carolina. Remember, they want to come to the SEC.
Oh,
They'd
right.
be a part of that deal then.
For sure. I was like, oh, you're saying
and he would want that.
Dude, he won't be coaching there. That's going to be 5 years down the road for UNC to the SEC. You think he'll still be there in his late 70s?
I give him 3 years. Nah, probably not. Maybe 3 years at the most.
That's not enough to, if the move even happens, like they're talking about again, like 2030. So I don't think he'll get the only way he coaches an SEC school is like, yeah, if Auburn fires Hugh Freeze and then they try to hire Bill Belichick after this year.
Oh, gee.
Or any other, like Kentucky, Kentucky fires Stoops and they go after, I don't know. I don't know about all that. Number 7, Buck. Who is this year's Indiana? Now that's a sleeper team right there. Indiana, nobody had any hopes or expectations for them last year because Indiana football had never done anything ever. And look, they had a very easy schedule, but they did what they needed to do. Went 11-1, made it to the college football playoff. You have a real sleeper, not a Clemson sleeper, but a real out of nowhere sleeper this year.
What about the great coach at Syracuse? He's a great coach.
Oh, yeah. Fran Brown.
Fran Brown getting the Cuse to the playoffs.
Yeah. You trust any dudes named Fran?
Not Fran Brown. No, I don't like Syracuse. Never did. Never. Once I didn't get accepted there, I was pissed at them. I've always hated Syracuse. They're not my favorites. No,
you became a journalist. That's how you paid it back, by becoming a journalist.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much there.
Screw.
No, I don't. I'm staying with my sleeper. Clemson's just my flat out sleeper.
Right. I'll give a few, and then I'm going to spend more time actually studying up on this.
And I've got to believe in that top 10 things that you talk about, BK. Penn State has got to be on that list of are they the best team in the Big Ten?
That's the next question right there. Is this the year Penn State wins the big game?
I think so.
They haven't before. I mean, they've been in the mix. They made the playoff last year. Yes, they did win 2 playoff games, but they got to play SMU and Boise State because, the format of the playoff was different than it will be in every year moving forward.
Yeah, like I believe they beat Ohio State this year.
So they, okay. Yeah, that'd be a big one. That would be a big one. Look, like it sucks. I don't want to say it sucks for James Franklin. He's paid a lot of money. But like in previous years, if he just beat Ohio State, pretty good year. But now it's like, dude, they might be preseason number 1. They can't beat Ohio State and then lose in their first playoff game. They got to they made it to the semis last year, so they're expected to take another step and make it to the title this year.
Yeah, I expect that team to be a really good football team.
It should be. But they've always been really good under Franklin. They just haven't been great. So do they take that next step and get to the first playoff team they actually had to play that was really good? They lost to Notre Dame.
Dude, you give me that quarterback and those two running backs and that offensive line, they've got to be better than just good enough to get to the playoffs. They have to win some games. I would love to see Texas, Penn State in the national championship game. That would be freaking unbelievable.
A lot of folks are picking that right now. And
yeah, I think they're the best. I think they're the best team in the Big Ten.
I'm not really high on Drew Aller. I don't think he's very good, honestly. But look at the last two teams that won the championship. Big Ten schools, a bunch of experience, like above average quarterback play. Like J.J. McCarthy was very good, but he was not like the best quarterback in the country.
No.
Will Howard last year, very good. He was not the best quarterback in the country, but they just did enough to steer the ship in the right direction and found a way to win the championship. Penn State has that, like on paper, they look exactly like Michigan 2 years ago and Ohio State last year.
Yeah, they remind me more of Ohio State with their quarterback last year with this guy.
Yeah, well, Ohio State snuck in.
People are high on him and talk about him and his big arm and stuff, but
yeah,
I think his ability to take off. I mean, he makes some costly mistakes, but he's athletic enough to run around. He's like Will Howard. He's athletic enough to run around and get some things done, but he takes some brutal hits. He's one of those I don't know how to slide guys too. He's one of those I'm an athlete. Let me show you I'm an athlete. That man, oh man. In some of these big games, he takes some big hits. I mean, he pops back up, but he's never the same. You know, he can't do that. He needs to understand he has to stay healthy for his team to get into a national championship game.
He is.
And hell, he don't need to run it. They got two runners that can run forever.
6'5", 241 is the listed height.
He's a big dude.
Yeah, big dude. And that's why NFL teams love him so much. Like he
they
puts
want him
it together.
Just a drop back passer.
Yeah, if he puts it together, has a great year, and Penn State wins it all, it could be the number 1 overall pick next year.
Yeah.
He's got that prototypical size and build and arm strength, and he's a good enough athlete. Like there's a lot to like about Drew Aller's game. He's gotten some Josh Allen comparisons, which that's very high praise.
Yeah, but is James Franklin going to get down to the goal line like they did last year against Ohio State? And guess what they did 3 straight times? They ran gut runs right into the middle of Ohio State's defensive line and got stuffed. You know, it'll be on him and the play calling, he and his offensive staff again and those kind of big games. And that's where people go, no, he's not going to make the right call.
At year 12 for James Franklin at Penn State. Doesn't feel like he's been there that long. Maybe Penn State fans feel like he's been there for 40 years.
Yes.
But yeah, big year for them. That's question number 8. Is this the year Penn State wins the big game? They lost to Ohio State. Then they played in the Big Ten title and lost that to Oregon. And again, they won 2 playoff games. Like not a bad year for Penn State, but they've
and they've got Ohio State at home, and they've got I think Oregon at home too. That's like game 3. That's their whiteout game.
They've got Ohio State on the road. They have Oregon at home.
Oh yeah, okay. They got Oregon at home. Yeah, they played Penn State. That's right. They played them in Happy Valley last year on the grass and got stuffed down at the goal line.
And don't forget about the Big Ten and their super hard schedules every year. How about Nevada, FIU, and Villanova in the non-con?
Dude, they're playing Villanova
in football.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, they do have football at Villanova, if you were curious. No one talks about it.
What division is Villanova football in now?
They're FCS still.
Are they?
They're FCS.
Wow.
D1. Yep. Number 9 can Ohio State beat Michigan and repeat as national champions?
No.
I know you're not buying the first half of that question.
No.
And then number 10, will Arch Manning be the real deal and lead Texas to the national championship?
Yet to be determined. I don't know.
Oh, come on. Give me an answer. Like, people want to know.
I don't know. I want to see him as the leader of this team, totally out front and lead this team for some games. Give me the game. Give me to the game against Florida.
And that's when you'll make your decision?
That's when I'll make my decision. But
after the Florida game?
After they beat Ohio State, and then they have these couple patches, and then they go to Florida. Okay. I will be ready to say it by the time they play that game, not after that game, but when they get ready to go play that game.
All right, I like that. Yeah,
But I think Texas will beat Ohio State there. Like I said, I think Penn State will beat Oregon at home in the whiteout. I think these two are on the collision course to play each other
in the national title game.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, odds are the winner of the Big Ten and the winner of the SEC are going to be the top 2 seeds in the playoff. That's what we had last year with Oregon #1 and Georgia #2. So that could be the case. If Texas wins the SEC like it's predicted to do, Penn State wins the Big Ten like it's predicted to do, then if all goes according to plan, that will be the national championship game in Miami.
Did you think I should have made my sleeper the Fighting Illini?
Yeah, Illinois is a good team. I mean, they have, according to Phil Steele, they have more experience back than anybody else, like more returning production from last year than any other team in college football. And they were a good team last year. I think they won 9 or 10 games last year. So they should be solid. They're a dark horse playoff team. Yeah, 10-3 under the big guy.
Hey,
Brett Beal.
Money to be made there.
Oh, on the Illini, you're high on them?
I'm high on them. They're like my Clemson. There's that orange color. Money to be made with the orange, except for the orange of Tennessee.
Yeah.
I think they're taking a step back, folks.
I think it's impossible to not predict that for them with all that they lost, including their quarterback who decided $2.5 million wasn't enough money for him to make. What a story.
I think mentally they are going to, I don't know what the kid brings that has come back from where he went to, but I think mentally that group is going to be like, our quarterback really left our team. I mean, he left.
He left after the spring.
Oh my God. He left.
He left
we had a nice year with him. He made some nice coin. We all know how much money he made, and he was greedy that he's just left us.
Welcome to college football in 2025, my friend.
Wow.
That's how it works. All right, there you go. According to Fox Sports, the 10 biggest questions entering the 2025 college football season. They had a few honorable mentions. Maybe we'll get to those another time. But we got some sponsor shout-outs to mention. We also have to talk a little baseball, a little Longhorn baseball as well. Got to give some love to Scotty Scheffler, and then a couple of fun stories to end the show. But before we get to any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs, Buck?
How about our friends over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, all the Texas-themed items that they have, wide variety of men's and women's clothing, the hats. We got them. They got them all. We got them on today. We are repping our stuff from Sue Patrick today. Once again, 5222 Burnett Road, plenty of parking there. Parking is available. You don't have to walk miles and miles to get to your shopping. Online orders over $49. Free curbside pickup, as I said. And folks, Jellycats. Tons of the Jellycats will be there. Scheduled glasses and T-shirts are still available at Sue Patrick's. The Tyler Perry, Tyler Campbell detergent. I got that. Picked that up the last time. My wife is saying, we need more. Got to go by there and pick that up. That stuff smells so good in the house, man. I want to just start dumping it out all over the house. It smells so good. But they've got it all. Hey, they even have luggage there. They got Longhorn luggage at Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. Good morning to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love them. Love them. Love them. Love them. Also love my guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
There you go.
The Hecht Law Firm, the go-to personal injury attorney in Austin. Your go-to personal injury attorney in Austin. The guy who's been a friend of mine for over a decade. The guy who's been fighting for justice and big results in Central Texas for a decade. Hurricane Hecht has your back. So if you get hurt in a car accident, if you get hurt on the job, if a dog bits you, any sort of personal injury, you have to reach out to my man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Let him fight the insurance companies for you and let him get you the money that you deserve. Let him flood your pockets with cash. That's what Hurricane Hecht does. And the best part, you do not pay unless he wins your case. That's right. He's that confident. He's going to get you what you deserve, that you don't have to pay a dime unless he wins your case. A friend of the show, but a fighter for the people. Reach out to him, or maybe a good idea to put his number in your phone. So if something happens to you or somebody you know, you've got it ready.
If I get pulled over,
you get pulled over and Officer Seymour Butts hits you with his baton, personal injury, boom. Hurricane Hecht, 512-938-8929. Find out more at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com, and make sure you tell them you heard about them on TSU.
Sweet.
And also shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking one of our TSU lids this morning. All of our merch, all of our koozies, our signs, our stickers, everything made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They're based right here in South Austin. So if you have a business or a big event coming up that needs stuff, reach out to Adam and his great team. 512-300-9641. You can DM them on Instagram as well at Waterloo Printing.
Also, our friends over at Syntax Tickets, syntextickets.com, promo code Syntax10 to get 10% off of your purchase. And they've got it all. They got tickets for concerts, games, you name it, Broadway shows, anything that's happening in Vegas, the Sphere, they've got it at Syntax Tickets.
Yes, indeed. syntextickets.com for more information. All right, Buck, a little baseball conversation. Break up the Texas Rangers. The hottest team in Major League Baseball is playing in Arlington right now. The Rangers swept the Atlanta Braves over the weekend, and that wrapped up an 8-1 homestand. Texas has won 6 in a row, 8 of their last 9 since the All-Star break. And believe it or not, the Rangers now hold a playoff spot. They are tied with Seattle for the 3rd wild card in the American League.
And we know what Seattle will do.
They're only a game and a half behind your Yankees for the 1st wild card spot in the American League right now, Buck.
Yeah. It's Yankees are starting to. Should have got rid of Booney right after the All-Star break.
Now Aaron Judge is hurt too.
Yeah, he's going to be the DH here shortly.
It doesn't sound super serious, but he is on the IL, so he's got to miss another week or so. And yeah, they're talking about.
Fall, or did he just have some soreness in his shoulder from trying to throw people out, got him out? He didn't fall, did he? He didn't fall on that shoulder, did he? He didn't run against the wall, try to run into the wall, did he?
I didn't see that if that happened.
No, he's just got some shoulder problems.
Yeah, so Judge is out for a little bit. The Yankees, they did win yesterday to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Phillies. I know your favorite team, Buck. But the Rangers are playing some good ball. Now they are taking advantage of some weaker teams on their schedule, and we'll see what they do now that they hit Anaheim. Not that Anaheim's very good, but that's some games this week. The trade deadline, though, is Thursday, and there are some folks who thought maybe the Rangers would be sellers. Now I think they might be buyers.
Come on, they're not that good.
I don't think they are either, but they're right in the thick of things for a playoff spot. They've got a lot of veterans on the team. It's a lot of the same guys who won the whole thing 2 years ago. So I could see them adding a piece. Problem is, I don't know how many teams are going to be sellers this year. Because, again, expanded playoffs and even some teams that you think should sell have decided
they're all going to be, they're all going to be buying right now.
So we'll see. And then the Astros, the Rangers are only 4 games back of Houston right now. Finally, the injuries to the Astros are starting to catch up to them. They have 17 players on the IL right now, and a lot of their best players are out. It's amazing that they've been playing as well as they have to this point this year. But they got 4 games swept at home by Oakland. Can't call them that anymore. By the Athletics, Buck.
Yes.
They're playing in Sacramento, but you can't call them the Sacramento A's either. You just have to call them the Athletics. That's what they are now.
That's it. That's the name. That's it, period.
Nobody wants him. Oakland doesn't want him. Sacramento just kind of has to have him. Vegas doesn't really want him, but, in a few years they'll be there, I think. But, yeah, rough weekend for the Stros. How about Nick Kurtz? Make sure I put enough space in between those 2 words. I don't get in trouble. The 20th 4-home run game in Major League Baseball history on Saturday. He was about 1.5 feet away from becoming the first player to hit 5 home runs in a game.
He did almost take that one out too, didn't he?
6 for 6 with 6 runs, 8 RBIs, and 5 extra base hits. Maybe the best individual game any player has ever had. And this guy is a rookie who plays for the A's. That means he'll be on your Yankees in 2 or 3 years, Buck.
We'll take him. We'll get him. Where's the trade deadline? We'll take him as quick as possible. Why wait?
Part of me is like, should the A's? I mean, look, if you're a good team, you build around guys like Nick Kurtz, but the A's aren't one of those.
Nick Hurts?
Say that again?
You say my Nick Hurts?
Yeah, I guess. It's close. That's close to it. You got to be careful.
It is close, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not quite Steve Kerr's son bad, but it's an interesting name right there. And yeah, what a performance by him. I mean, he was awesome all weekend long. He's having an amazing year. He's going to win Rookie of the Year in the AL, and former top 5 pick out of Wake Forest, great college player. So it's not like a true underdog story, but it's always cool to see a rookie like just impact the game the way he is. And if he does stay with the A's, he's going to be a thorn in the side for the Astros and Rangers for a while. But again, odds are he'll be on the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Red Sox within like 2 years.
Oh, he'll be playing for the Dodgers here soon.
Yeah, but the trade deadline is on Thursday, so we'll see. The Astros could use a left-handed bat. Again, the Astros, like, they're going to get guys back from injuries, and that's going to just feel like another trade deadline for them once they just get their current players back. But I think Dana Brown, their GM down there, would like to make a move or two. And I know Astros fans would like to see something happen because it has not been a great start to the second half of the year for Houston. I think they'll be fine. I still think they'll win the division. The question is, are they legit World Series contenders? Can they get enough guys back to, make a run at another title this year?
Yeah, I don't even think the Yankees going to make the playoffs.
Really?
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, with Judge hurt, I mean, if he's not going to be the DH, and he's obviously his batting average is incredible. They need every bit of him that they can get in the lineup. Forget his arm and what he does in the outfield, but they need him to bat because they can't hit either.
Yeah, and with Judge, again, it doesn't sound like anything that's going to keep him on the shelf for too long. The hope is that it's like a 10-day IL stint, and then boom, he's just ready to get inserted.
I think it's just 10 days, yeah.
So we'll see. But yeah, some other guys have to step up. They did make a trade last week for Ryan McMahon from the Rockies, who actually had a pretty nice debut first couple of games for the Bombers. But yeah, they got to figure it out, man. They're not pitching well enough.
No.
And without Judge, they're not hitting well enough either. So that's a bad place to be as a baseball team. Real quick, Texas baseball added another portal player on Friday, bringing in Callum Early, an infielder from Liberty.
Limu Emo?
Yeah, unsure if Limu Emu will be making the trip with him.
And
or Doug, for that matter. Yeah, but Callum Early coming in, hit leadoff as a freshman last year for the Flames. 295, not a ton of power, just 2 homers last year. Solid defender, doesn't strike out much at the plate. Probably more of a depth guy early on, but we'll see. Maybe he can compete for a starting job on the Texas infield. But the Longhorns, they got hit pretty good by the MLB draft. 3 of their top transfers, like guys who had announced that they were portaling here, got drafted and ended up signing with big league ball clubs. Just that's how it works in this sport. So the Horns now have a couple of additional roster spots open. That opened up a place for Callum Early. Maybe Texas will be adding 1 or 2 more guys before this offseason, is all said and
it's been a good offseason.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they lost a lot. They lost a lot from last year, so it's going to be a new look Texas baseball team. But I like most of what they've done in the portal, and they're going to be in the mix again next year. They got one of the best coaching staffs in the sport, so I think they're always going to be relevant in the SEC and in all things college baseball, which is good. That's where Texas belongs in that sport.
You're right about that.
Let's have some fun, Buck, shall we?
What do we got? Any Delta Airlines stories?
No Delta Airlines stories. I will be on a Delta flight this Friday, by the way.
Oh, boy.
So we'll
knock on the engine. Make sure you're not going to any desert islands anywhere.
Typically, I don't pray for a flight until I'm on board the aircraft, but with Delta, I've started my prayers already.
You're getting it done early?
Like 4 days before I'm leaving. I'm
my
Lord,
goodness.
Lord, please. But no Delta today. We've got Gatorade and the WNBA today, Buck. There are a lot of folks out there who aren't happy. I have a hunch you will be happy, though.
Aces won. Hey, by the way, the Aces won yesterday. That gave Becky Hammon her 100th win, I believe.
Congrats to former Spurs assistant Becky Hammon.
Just some tidbits for you guys. Just not thinking I'm not involved in WNBA.
Who'd they play?
I don't quite remember who they played, though.
I'm asking for too much, I guess.
Could have been Liberty. No, Liberty won too. So they both couldn't win. I don't recall who they played.
No, they played the Dallas Wings.
Okay, they played the Wings and Things.
Yeah, they played Wings and Things with no
Dallas
Paige
Wings
Beckers.
are no good, are they?
No, they had the number 1 pick. They got Paige Beckers. And, well, speaking of Paige Beckers, she is represented here. It's a part of a new partnership between Gatorade and the W, Buck. And they have a new slogan.
Oh, no.
You care to read what is on Paige Beckers' towel here?
Let her cook. I'm down with that. Let her cook.
This is what we've wanted all along.
Why does it take so long to get this done?
Let her cook. We've been saying that forever, and it used to be a bad thing, and now we're back. Let her cook.
That should be an apron. That should be a big apron. Why are they trying to? Come on now.
That's a real thing. Like, that's not Photoshop. That's not AI. Here's a billboard. Literally, let her cook with the Gatorade logo, and it's, a bunch of WNBA players on this billboard.
Those women fell for that, thinking that's yeah, okay. Because let Steph cook, really? No,
Yeah.
That's not what we really mean, y'all. Come on, let her cook. Come on.
Again, like the tweeter says, I think we're finally in agreement. Like, let her cook. Absolutely, go ahead. I'm hungry.
Just put a spatula in her hand. Why is that basketball even there?
We'll let her cook. Like, I am not stopping her from cooking. I'm not stopping any woman from cooking. Like, why would I do such a? They can all cook. That'd be great. Let her cook. Go ahead.
That is nice. Good job there, Gatorade.
This is unbelievable. Yeah, like, let him cook or let them cook. Those are like popular phrases amongst the youth now. And, I guess I get what Gatorade's trying to do. Like, hey, let him cook, whatever, but let her cook. They're getting roasted by this.
Are they?
And the jokes, of course, write themselves.
Of course they do.
But, it's pretty funny. Like, last week the WNBA was like, their players were advocating for equal pay. They're trying to get closer to where the NBA is from a financial standpoint. And then Gatorade's like, nah, we'll go ahead and set you back a little bit.
Yeah, let's just set you back with this little slogan, huh?
Let her cook. How does this get approved? Like a company like Gatorade, you think this would have to go through a number of different channels to get approval? And well, I don't know. But I love it, man. Let her cook.
I'm in agreement with it. I don't know why they didn't come up with it before that.
I won't stop.
Next should be let her bake.
Let her bake. That works too.
Yeah, that works too. Yeah.
What kind of bake are you talking about here? Like,
just let her bake. Come on. Let her cook, let her bake. I need more spatulas in hand.
So here's the issue. Like, I have no problem with this slogan. I think it's great. But like, now nobody can have a problem with me if I show up to a WNBA game with a spatula and an oven mitt and offer it to the players.
Yeah, you do. Please do that.
It says let her cook. I am trying. I'm doing what Gatorade says. This is your sponsorship, W. I am trying to follow the rules here. So, shouldn't be any problems.
Yeah, I need a T-shirt. Somebody make me a T-shirt that says let her. Let me call in the guys from OU. See if they can make me a witty T-shirt. let her bake.
WNBA. Yeah, let her bake. I like that. We've got one more. We got a video for the people. Buck, have you heard of the Savannah Bananas?
I have. I've watched parts of games of theirs until I couldn't take it anymore.
I was going to ask if you're a fan of their work. It sounds like you're not.
Oh, I mean, I used to chase Curly Neal around with the Globetrotters and try to get the basketball for him when I was a kid. I had his, at one time I had one of his jerseys, but I'm not a fan of mess around baseball. So, but they do a good job. I mean, they're very entertaining.
They're incredibly popular, and they are like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. And they travel the country. They sell out everywhere they go, and tickets are not cheap.
They were just in Fenway a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and now like their games are on ESPN too. Like, they are a big deal. Not really my cup of tea, but I actually like baseball. I feel like this is meant for people who just don't find baseball entertaining at all. They just need bits and shticks and stuff, which is fine. Like, whatever, do your thing. They're not affecting me, Savannah Bananas. That's fine. Well, one of their players, Robert Anthony Cruz, also known as Coach Rack. What does a chest look like there? He was on CNN's News Central on July 24th. So, 4 days ago?
Yep.
And we've got the sound, the clip with the sound first, and then we'll do no sound and some slow-mo clips. But this is live television on CNN. Here's Robert Anthony Cruz doing something that, well, he probably shouldn't have done.
Oh, Jesus.
What you just saw there is a brand new twist on America's favorite pastime.
Oh.
Let's no sound it here once again. He tries for the standing backflip and
he missed a rotation.
Yeah, he didn't get all the way there. Like, he didn't get to his feet. He says that never happens. I love that. That never happens. Well,
really? Only on national TV.
We've only seen you do it once, guy, and it happens. So I feel like it always happens. Here's a little slow-mo for you. Look at that. It's got plenty of space. Good, solid, flat surface.
He needed to tuck, I believe. He didn't tuck. Why did he tuck that right there? Put his hands behind his legs, then bring that tuck position. That hurt. I know that hurt.
Tough.
That hurt in a lot of ways to land on your chest like that.
I don't think he was trying to do that, right? Dude, it looks like he lands on his face. Matter of fact, he had to get several stitches after being left with a bloody chin and lip. So he did hit his face on the deck.
It's like me at the cinema.
Yeah, this guy did not go to your fall school, it appears.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to come down on that one.
No. And you think this was a bit like, he wanted to do this to get more people talking about the bananas, or
no, hell no, he didn't want to do that. Who the hell wants to fall like that?
Well, you saw that Cleveland Browns worker fall into the lake for a bit. So now I'm skeptical of everybody. But
now that we find out if that was a bit or not.
Stunt gone wrong. And he had to get stitches. So glad he's okay. He's fine. He did go to social media and release a video saying, like, oops, hilarious.
Sorry about that, bananas.
But tough scene right there as we bring on the boys. Now, we got to ask Double R and Wags, which fall was worse? This one?
Or Brenda?
That's choice number one. Or this one.
That one right there is the worst.
That one didn't hurt.
No, that other one hurt him. He got
that
cut.
just hurt my pride, and I had to talk to God. And I had to.
That hurt that
Tina,
dude. That dude.
Tina got the damn point. That's the only thing that hurt is Tina got the point.
Tina got the point.
The banana guy, he's kind of like looking around, at least Wags is like, I'm beat, but like when he lands there, I don't know what flies out of his pocket. But
I've never been able to do a backflip. Not
the
even
banana guy lost his pager.
Yeah. Yeah. Dr.
Can't
William
do a backflip
Cannon.
off a diving board either. So like, I don't like that. That takes some tremendous skill to be able to do a standing backflip. But yeah, like I heard what you guys were asking. I don't think that's a bit. Like it looked like the guy could get his feet up from underneath of him, and then
didn't make it.
Who plans on going on national television and getting stitches, right?
Well,
like
he's
nobody.
He's probably used to doing that in cleats on turf.
No, I don't know. Like,
look at that surface. That's flat shoes, and he
That's
does
slippery
momentarily.
He doesn't even. Oh, did his shoe come off?
No, that's his pager.
No, that's just his pager.
His pager.
I don't think he's rocking a pager, guys. What year do you think this is? This was from 4 days ago, not
No, his
40
shoe came
years.
off. His shoe did come off. A
shoe
shoe
came
fell
off?
A shoe fell off. Go back. Can you pause
All
the
right.
video?
Here's the slow-mo. Now we can't pause.
No, that's a pager. He's still wearing his
Oh,
shoe.
yeah.
I saw his shoe. His
did?
left shoe came
Yeah,
off.
good catch. Nice. Looks like there is a shoe that flies off at the end.
Shoe wasn't tight. Well, that didn't have anything to do with his rotation.
He slipped. He couldn't get the dismount, I guess, right?
He couldn't
I
stick
love
it,
how, like,
Gary.
Nobody goes to check on him, right? Like none of the
What a
camera people
schlep.
want. No one runs out there. And you hear like the woman broadcaster just go, Jesus. And then just hilarious reaction.
Didn't we just have a broadcaster almost die on the set, and her partner just looked at her and kept the show going on? Ain't nobody helping this jabroni coming out here to do a backflip on TV.
Yeah, that's what he gets, right? Like you try something like this.
Yeah.
And you fail.
I like him. I'm a fan of Savannah Banana. I've never gone and seen anything live, but still, man.
There's a still.
When he landed, y'all, when he landed, he did that momentary. You know, when you bust ass in public and you're like, momentarily you look around like, who saw that? He kind of did that. And then he remembered, he's like, well, I know CNN's numbers may be down, but a lot of people just saw that. Man.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I think he did this on purpose. I think
he needs to have a shirt that says, I'm baked.
Ooh. That's what I like. One more time here for the people.
No, he missed almost a whole rotation here. Can't rotate like that.
They're coming to Round Rock this month, aren't they? Is it this month that the Savannah Bananas are going to be here, Wags? We did some investigating because I
would go watch them. I would. I mean, probably for an inning or two just to see, like, you know, somebody do a song and a dance. This would be something more for my wife to watch. And, you know, we would kind of just go there and have a good time. And
there you go.
I probably wouldn't go there and even. I probably wouldn't even. Jesus, is that real?
Let her cook. Let me go pee.
Is that a real picture?
Let me go pee.
There goes Bucky.
What happened to Bucky? He just left after that.
He said he had to go take a squirt.
This is I'll leave y'all with this. This is the new slogan for a partnership between Gatorade and the WNBA. And
that was not well thought out.
No, it wasn't. Here's a billboard with it too, so y'all know I'm not just pulling your leg. Good tweet there by Warpath. I think we're finally in agreement. Let her cook.
Let her cook.
Good job, W.
Isn't it like, aren't they trying to shed that narrative of we're equal and
they just can't help themselves, man.
We need to be paid like Steph Curry.
Come on, man. Come on, W. I'm fighting for you over here. I'm Team W. I'm all about the W's.
Who's your favorite team? Is
Dallas Wings.
Indiana Fever.
Yeah, Dallas Wings. It's my hometown, you know. It's got to be. When Austin gets a team,
I used to be a Mystics fan, right?
And when the Austin Chefs get here, or whatever they're going to be called based on this new partnership, the Austin Bakers,
the Austin Food Trucks,
the Austin Aprons, they'll be my favorite team. But now it's the Dallas Wings. Until I get that Tres Leches shirt that Double R has.
That's then I should have had that on today. I'll wear it tomorrow. I got to wear that once a week.
I love it.
You got to you're supposed to wash it at least once, though. You got to at least wash it once before you can wear it once a week.
I wore that to HEB the other day, and people were staring at me like, who's this old dude? What?
Yeah, they're like, man, you don't need any starch. That thing's sticking up and standing up already as it is.
I'm like, these women are looking at me as I'm walking through with my Tres Leches shirt on, and I'm like, y'all quit. Y'all are making me feel naked. Quit looking at me like that.
You're looking at the stains on your shirt. That's like, what's going on over there?
Towards the bottom. Yeah.
Goodness. All right, boyos. I'll be listening. Y'all have a great show.
Right on, man.
Later, brother. There he goes. Here we are. We have arrived in style. Welcome to this wonderful edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered this Monday, as we misogynistic Monday this conversation, because actually we're not. We're going to be talking about female actresses. We've already talked about WNBA. The women are taking over the sports world here on this wonderful Monday on Chaos Theory. Hit us up on our socials. You guys know where we're at. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Instaface /brand X, or excuse me, I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X /Twitter, and then the Wagner Wire on Instaface. My partner in crime is the Rodney Rodriguez, the Rodney R on Brand X, and then the _ Rodney R on Instaface. All right, Bill Belichick, where do you want to
go? To Jordan's house is where I want to go. Is totally.
I gotta stop setting you up like that. I gotta stop setting myself up like that, man. How was your weekend? Good weekend?
That's what I was going to ask you. Did you go out in public? Did you go be amongst people, or what?
We did. So we had we went out to another dinner because we had to go out to my father-in-law's birthday dinner after the anniversary. So we did an anniversary dinner, we did movies, and then we did my father-in-law's dinner. It was a long weekend. It was a tiring weekend, right? And then usually, you know me, man, I just like to sit back at my house and do nothing, right? We were running around, we were doing errands. I wouldn't really call it errands, but we were socializing, we were communicating, right? And driving around and doing some crazy stuff. I just like to play video games and do nothing and watch movies on the weekends, man. Or, go for like walks around Town Lake or Ladybird Lake with Katie and shit.
Yeah. We had of course we were in Mexico.
The pool is not so the pool is getting pushed back. The pool we will not make the week 0 kickoff. It is getting done this year, but we've had some setbacks. When you're making a life decision, and that's it too, like that's a lot of, but all of my weekends, for the past 3 weekends have consumed decision-making processes with this pool. All right. So it's been pushed back just a little bit. The deadline's been bumped back. We've changed final designs. We're still talking over with, features that we want. All I can say is when you're making a decision that's going to be a life-altering decision, and one, you don't get to this is something that I can only do once in my life, right? Unless I sell this house and go somewhere else and get another house with a pool, right? This is a decision you just can't redo, right? Like, we messed this up, let's just erase it, you know what I mean? Just bring some more concrete in here and touch that up here, and we'll fix it that way. I am making sure that everything is perfect before everything gets done with this.
Well, and the whole thing is, especially in a decision like this, I mean, what always factors in and usually drives the timeline of the project is
the price is wrong, bitch.
What did you watch that? Did you watch Happy Gilmore too?
I watched it last night. I did.
Did
you watch it?
No, I'm sorry.
I beat you to something.
I let you down. I'll watch it tonight and we can talk about it tomorrow.
I told so we were in Mexico first part of last week, and we got home, everything was fine, and then my wife got, I don't know if it was airline funk or Mexico funk or whatever, so she's like on her ass all weekend in a bad way, sick, and Friday she's like, it's going to be a very slow weekend. I'm like, that's fine, I've got plans Saturday, and then different Sunday I want to watch NASCAR at Indy, so it's totally fine if we can't do anything. But I told her, I said, but we have to watch at some point. I got to watch Happy Gilmore too, because I know Wags is going to be all over me on Monday.
No,
asking me if I watched it.
Coincidentally, we were supposed to watch it 2 nights ago on Saturday night, but we turned Netflix on, and instead of watching Happy Gilmore, we were getting ready to, and then my wife's just like, "Oh, this looks good." She saw a murder mystery series with Eric Bana. I don't recognize. Oh yeah, Sam Neill, the guy from the original dude from Jurassic Park, who played God, I can't think of it. I can't think of his the character's name. But anyways, we started going down that path. We were supposed to watch a funny Happy Gilmore 2 movie, but we went down the murder mystery. And usually, guys, if I'm watching TV, I acquiesce to my wife, right? Like I'm just like, all right,
if it's a together thing,
right?
It's definitely her.
100%, dude. Like,
yeah. And
there's certain things, certain sports that she can endure, right? But usually I can endure most of the programs that she watches, except for, I don't know, I'm not even really into murder mysteries that much, but they're starting to grow on me a little bit.
Serial killers and all that.
I can't do like boom, 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 boom. What's that show?
I need the real ones. I want the real ones.
What's that show? Law and Order. I can't do the Law and Order. She watches Law and Order all the time. I can't do Law and Order.
I like Forensic Files. That dude with the cool voice where he's like,
nah, I can't do like my mom watches the Adventure 6,000. You know, I'm going down to this rock here and looking at that shit. I can't do none of that.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah. It's all made up. It's produced. It's produced, guys.
I always know when it comes to TV time at the house.
Destination unknown. Yeah, they go into this destination unknown and these ghost stories. And shout out to Ozzy, right? Ozzy Osbourne always had it right. But it's mirrors. It's mirrors. They're doing light mirrors. It's a different lens, Sharon. You know what I mean? It absolutely is.
When it's TV time at the house, I always know that I have to get my ass down there because it's like, hey, I found this sports docuseries. I'm like, okay, if she's digging that far, that means we just need a little time on the couch to watch something. If she's gone and found that, you know, because I know when we, like one time it was like, oh, I found this great show and it was the Aaron Hernandez thing. And I'm like, I don't know if you really want to watch
Katie
that
was into
one.
that. She watched that shit too on Netflix. Yeah. She was all about that. She goes, hey, this guy played football. Do you know who he is? I looked up.
Never heard of
him. Aaron Hernandez. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you watch any baseball?
I watched 4 ass whoopings.
Yeah.
Come on, Strohs. What are you doing?
Hey, man, it happened.
7.
We were gifted with the Orioles were gifted with the Rockies over the weekend. So it was, and it looked like we had, you know, looked like there was batting practice and home run derby on Saturday, 18-0. So it was wild baseball weekend for the Birds, man.
Well, I'll tell you, Rangers fans are the ones right now that ought to be pretty damn happy. I mean, I know, well, they swept the Braves. Well, you know, we know the Braves aren't quite what we thought the Braves were going to do, but Texas is coming, man. Texas, I think, is the hottest team in baseball right now. Here come the Rangers.
So I was asking you earlier, a couple of weeks back, I said, do you think it's too late for the Rangers to make a run at this thing? And now you're thinking that they're on the charge, huh?
They're in the playoffs as of like right now.
No, I think they're a game out, are they not?
No, they are in the second wild card spot, and they're nipping right at the ass, I think, of the Yankees. So it's like, you want to talk about
I don't believe you. Let me look this up. I thought they were a game and a half.
It's true. Yeah, I'm telling you. The Texas Rangers, the Texas Strangers, here they come. It's fun times in Dallas.
They are son of a
Arlington.
Bitch. They are in.
They're in. They're in right now. Oh, Seattle. Tied with Seattle for the final spot. And we said the AL West wasn't any good. Look at that. There's 3 teams in contention right now. And the 4th one just swept the one that's in the lead.
Yeah, I thought they were close. I thought it was still the M's, but man, I guess over the weekend they were able to tie this bad boy up. Man, congratulations. Are we back to believing in baseball now, Jake? Are we back, buddy?
Man, I don't know. It like with the Astros, I think this was just a matter of time. I mean, honestly, because it was. I mean, how are you doing what you're doing with all that you don't have? So I'm optimistic that everything's going to work out. And this is, I think I kind of predicted this. I think I'd kind of gone to the Magic 8 Ball at one point and said, when the Astros come out of the All-Star break, when everything stops for a few days and they get a little time to recalibrate and all that, I think you're going to come out and you're going to start feeling those deficiencies. So I think a lot of this will be corrected, but man, 32-7.
Can I have an embarrassment admission here, or a guilty admission?
That's not allowed on this show. That's all we do, Wags. That's all we do here.
I don't think I can name one person on the Chicago White Sox.
Frank Thomas. He retired. He sells Nugenics now.
Is Benintendi on there still? Andrew Benintendi, the dude from the Red Sox, old Red Sox.
Oh, I remember that.
That's the only thing. That's the only guy I can kind of remember. I can't even remember the All-Star, the reliever they sent to the All-Stars.
The dude that drew the short straw. They're like, we got to send somebody.
Right? Is that offer? The Benny is still okay. Benintendi is still there. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only guy that I know from the White Sox. That I know that the White Sox has on their roster. That's terrible. That's how bad or irrelevant the White Sox are, in my opinion. Not that Baltimore's, I doubt people from Chicago know that many people that are on Baltimore either. You know what I mean? It's just when 18 games out of the wild card.
You're saying there's still hope.
So you're saying there's still a chance, Pale Sox? No, I am
like,
not.
Like
I am
Texas
not.
A&M
They are
fans,
done.
so there's still hope.
D-U-N done, like Kevin Dunn. All right, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go first, Mika? We got to make up for a top 5 today. We got to do a top 5.
We'll get that.
Okay?
We'll get that. Y'all don't forget the Coda text line 222-9328 with the Coda chat there. APD1 checks in. Rodney's wife gets sexy time by luring him with sports documentaries. Yeah.
What happened? What did he arrest you for?
Well, maybe one of his at the time partners was the one, but no, that the wife gets sexy time with me by luring me in with sports documentaries.
Oh, you said that really fast. That came off a different way in my
yeah.
ear
No, APD1 is the handle. I know who APD1 is.
Okay.
It's like yeah, but that's a very good get right there. You know that I was actually supposed to go to watch a theatrical thing on Thursday. Oh no, on Friday or Saturday. Somehow I got out of that. Thank God.
What do you mean? Like a play?
Yeah. We have one
of
our.
Hey! Hold on. There is nothing wrong with going to see a production, a musical production, or a play. All right. Matter of fact, I used to be in musical productions. I was in 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. I was in Fiddler. I was in
Fiddler
on the Roof. Yeah,
Fiddler. You were in
No,
Diddler?
matter of fact, I was actually one of the bottle dancers too. I can place a bottle on, or excuse me, I can take a top hat. I can put the top hat on my head and then take a bottle and then place the bottle on my head and do like a sliding dance.
Why aren't you on the road with the red? What's her name? That fell off the unicycle.
This Rodney. I was in high school when I did all this stuff. I was very athletic. I was dance captain of the school too. I mean, I was captain of the football team. I mean, I was kind of like a Justin Timberlake, man.
Were you the principal too?
I was not the principal. I did run the school board. I did run the school. I was not the principal, however, unfortunately.
You ran the
small
school.
Towns, man. Small towns.
Ran the school, my man.
But the joke was, all right, so we in the plastic hats, there were plastic hats, right, for the production, and we cut a hole out for the bottles to sit in, right? And so we were just
That's how you knew that shit was fake, where she's spinning the plates. Is that you call the magnet?
I'm also a magician. Okay. Like I can make things disappear and reappear. I know that. I know all the skills. I know all the things, all the little tricks of the trade, Rod.
All of that. And where did you stay last night?
At a Holiday Inn Express. Boom, and a bag of chips. I got the continual breakfast. I got the continual breakfast.
Continual. I had some of that canned cheese last night that I told you from the HEB, the Rico's, the stadium cheese. I had some of that last night with chips. Watching.
There you go. Stadium cheese. You didn't get Corbin's cheese. We're not even calling it government's cheese anymore. We're calling it Corbin's cheese.
I stepped it up. a little bit last night. And
Corbin's cheese that you need.
One step further.
What'd you send me on the slate today? We got any football on the slate, or we all baseball today? What do we got?
Yeah, we got a little Dallas Cowboys, and actually I played the breaking news sounder a little too early, but I saw the Cowboys. Play it again,
Sam. Play it again.
Here comes the heartache for the Dallas Cowboys, and again, this is another weekend we're just watching because the NFL Network was doing their whole here we are back together again thing, and with all of these things in the NFL, and what still are we talking about? The Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones' plan of just we have to be in the limelight all the time. Here we are. I mean, we're not talking about the Eagles. They're not talking about the Chiefs, maybe talking about the Steelers, but it's the Dallas Cowboys, who are probably going to finish third in the division.
Do you think that bad? Third?
They're not going to beat the Eagles.
You got Washington at 2?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, fly Eagles fly, number 1, right?
Wags, the Giants might finish third.
What the hell? Now you're tripping. It's a Monday. Don't mess with my emotions.
Because then we have this offensive line for the Cowboys needs a lot of work, and Rob Jones, offensive lineman, who had been doing great work running with the ones, and
I saw this
hurt, broken bone in his neck. Out 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, like
not a pinky, not a none
you
of
got
that.
a dart in your neck, dude. You got a dart in your neck.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to make light on
it. It's one of these things.
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Apparently, that's what's happened in Oxnard to what you need.
We'll talk to Nick about this too. Do we have Nick today, or we got Will?
I think it's Nick, and I think he was one of the first ones that broke it.
Okay.
No
pun intended. No pun intended.
Not the neck.
Yeah.
But so there you go. So you're trying to figure out your running attack. Great things about Jaden Blue, but Cowboys.
Daniel, we are sorry to hear about this, but we absolutely love being here with you, amigo. And we're glad that you're here with us. Whatever we can do to make you laugh. And if you ever want to talk or get anything off your chest, just hit us up on our socials, Daniel. We love you, man. We love you. Condolences, brother. And, you know, if there's anything that you need, man, just reach out to us. We got you, buddy.
Yeah, man. And to that, again,
thank you, Chad, for being so kind to Dan. I mean, that's why I love this community, man. Thank you guys for giving a shout out to Daniel there.
And that's, you know, I think Wags and I both agree. We kind of sit here and talk about our wives or whatever. And my wife is well aware that I kind of use her as a punchline from time to time on this show. But it's
my wife. She knows she drives the ship.
Yeah, exactly.
We've been married, 21 years now successfully because I acquiesce. I want to say I let her win double R, but I mean I think she just wins, right? I don't think I let her win. I think she just wins.
Well, and then they have that ultimate power. They control the checkbook.
It's undefeated, amigo.
Control the checkbook, but yeah, man.
That power. Okay, I thought you were talking about another. They got a lot of powers. They got superpowers.
Oh, so sorry to see.
Anyways, our hearts are with you, Daniel. Give us a call and text us whatever you need, brother. Whatever you need. Where are you going to go next, partner?
Hey, out of Texans camp. Also, before we start, before we talk about our sponsors, Joe Mixon again. Joe Mixon has got a leg thing going on or something. So, is this something as if you were a Texans fan, would this? What I think it is. This happened last year, didn't it?
Yeah. Can I tell you what I think it is?
You don't want to practice.
I think Joe's a seasoned veteran, right? I think Joe knows how to stay in shape.
Joe knows.
I think Joe knows what the deal is. I think Joe knows the score. I think Joe knows that the younger backs need reps.
Yeah.
I think Joe knows that what he's doing, right? And I think Coach knows that Joe is just taking a little bit of a break for training camp. I don't think that Mixon is that banged up. I think the Texans are going to be okay.
I think last year, I think he was going through something similar and then came out and rushed for over 100 yards in week 1. It's like, he's all right, man. He's going to be fine. But yeah, I had a Texans friend this weekend that we were talking, and he's like, "Oh man, I'm pretty worried about Mixon." I'm like, I think he's going to be fine. If anything, it gives Nick Chubb an opportunity to get some reps, because now they got him in the fold there. So,
but see, and that brings up a really good point. How much do you want, if you're Coach Ryan, like how much do you want to work Chubb? Of course, you want to see if Chubb can still rock and roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, but coming off of that injury, like how much do you want to risk or put stress on Chubb before before it tears again, or Achilles is rough, bro. You tell me, dude. Like, how much are you willing to put on Chubb's Chubb's injury or Chubb's payload, we'll say, and try to keep him healthy, right? I almost let all the young backs get it. Excuse me. God, the name's eluding me right now. Who was the young back?
They drafted that kid from USC, I think. What, USC? Where's that kid that they drafted from? Because they've got a back that they got in the draft.
But they got Pierce too. Like I still like Pierce as well. But who's the? I can't think of the guy's name from USC. But they got some talent in the backfield. But yeah, if it all comes together, if you can make a 3-headed hydra with Chubb, Pierce and Mixon, my God, man, that could be lethal. With the talent of Stroud and the arsenal that he has with the wide receivers, the defense is pretty damn nasty for the Texans. Like, man, you kind of hit me with the Texans being up there around 6 or 7 in the league, and I was sleeping on it. I didn't know if it was actual legit or not, but they might be there, man. After if the backfield can come together, obviously, right? But yeah, they're on paper, they look pretty sexy. They look pretty good.
I think they get discounted because of the division, like we were talking about, to where it's like,
Well,
okay,
what do you mean discounted? They should. I mean, that should be an automatic bid, then, right?
Well, yeah, because it's like they're going to win,
or the division is just such a shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're going to win the South by default, because nobody else is, going to be able to do anything. I saw with the Colts, still trying to figure out the quarterback stuff. And again, this just from a lot of information over the weekend, to where the kid from Notre Dame is now making a strong run at being the starter, over what's his name? Richardson. So I don't know. So Quinn Ewers making some plays, but again, that's a pass. That's one
Riley
pass.
Leonard. Are you saying Riley Leonard's the favorite coming out of camp?
I don't know if he's a favorite, but they said that he's looked that he's looked really good in camp. And again, this is my whole thing with training camp, where it comes back to the veterans. Like we're talking there about Joe Mixon, to where you get some of these guys. Yes, you want them in camp. Number one, you want them to show up, and you want them to be in reasonably good physical condition.
Right. Well, that's just you just want them conditioned, right? Condition
Right.
and have the timing routes and the reps on point, right? Like
yeah. And I think a lot of it, when you see some of these injuries that happen to the I don't know, 3, 4, 5 year players that have been in the league, it's like they know the intensity, they know the speed of the game. I think a lot of times when you get into training camp, you start pulling muscles and doing things to yourself, because it is incredibly slower and it is very low impact when they're doing that. So that's why a lot of times when it's like, oh, this veteran, whatever, it's like, fine, make sure he's there paying attention, learning the playbook, and doing something to make himself physically better.
So Rob Abers used to bring up a really good point, right? And he's just like, reps are vital, reps are crucial, but we all got a certain limited amount of reps, meaning like, the wheels are going to break eventually. You know what I mean? If you put too much stress on your wheels, ultimately you're going to come to your cat's limit of reps, right? And I never thought of it that way, right? I always thought of just going out and getting as much repetitions that you can, just so that you're ready for the game, right? Mm-hmm. But if you overwork and exhaust, obviously injury can come down and come into play. Like we're seeing off the field injuries, or seeing non-contact injuries happen, over the past couple of years, that I don't know if it's due to turf, or I don't know if it's due to conditioning or what, but I mean, I'm kind of agreeing with Babers here now. Like I'm seeing through his lens here, like reps are capped. I mean, we all have a limited amount of reps. How many reps in training camp or in, OTAs do you want to wear down on your player just to make sure that they're in cohesion, right? Like that can come after week 1. Sure, you surrender an L, you know what I mean? And maybe you lose to the Sisters of the Weak and Unscrupulous, and that puts you in a bind for the last quarter of your season. But I think it's something that you can bounce back from. It would be a loss is a lot better to take than a season-ending injury or something like that. Now, I know hindsight's 20/20, and you can't plan for the future like that. Injuries are just hard to plan for, but there is something to having a cap on your reps, I think, in my opinion. As long as you're good, right? As long as that guy is in condition, let him Joe Mixon this thing. You know what I'm saying? Or if that's what Joe Mixon is absolutely doing. I that's just what I thought. I was being cute with it. It be trying to be cute with it at the beginning of the conversation, saying that Joe knows what's going on and Joe's trying to play the training camp thing.
Yeah, you don't in training camp. I mean, even the stuff that we've heard this year, it's very rare that you hear of somebody in a contact injury. Usually, when these things break, it's always a very when the news comes out, it's very clear this was a non-contact injury, because I mean, let's be honest. There's not a lot of contact.
Like Aaron Rodgers didn't even have a non-contact injury, right? Like when he ruptured his Achilles.
Yeah. These are always things that are happening because number one, and I do think it's a lot of it, to where you're not going to duplicate the speed of week one. And like when folks are like, some of these people aren't playing enough in preseason. Why? I mean, because I have found in sports that anytime that you do something, and again, with the speed and the intensity of the National Football League, anytime that you taper something back, I knew this as a car racer. Anytime that I raced conservatively, Wags, I was going to crash or I was going to mess up.
Oh, yeah, you don't go head to head or full go in football, you're going to get hurt, right?
It's not what you're used to doing. I mean, you were just groomed and taught to be at maximum capacity at all times. And I think, because it's never a contact injury in training camp. And that's why when it gets a little frustrating when it's like, oh, so-and-so is not practicing. The whole thing with Micah, I mean, I think the fact that Micah's even there, if I'm his agent, I'd have told him to go home by now. But the fact that he's there being a teammate holding a bag, I mean, that's great. He doesn't need to be out there tackling the sled.
Do you think Micah's in shape?
I think Micah's probably doing just fine.
Okay. If
he looks really good.
I think it's more being on the defense. I don't think you need as many reps, right? Because you're just reacting. You got to make sure that you got your schemes down for sure. You got to make sure you got your coverages down and your rotations. Absolutely. Your responsibilities. If you're a linebacker, you got to know who you're taking if they release out of the backfield, of course, or who your man is in coverage, from the end. But like all that can be done in a day or two. Like honestly, like that can be honed in a day or two, right? With offense, it's more timing. It's precise, right? Like there's cadence involved here. There's I don't know. It's rhythm, right? It's not reacting. It's causing the reaction, right? So I think offense is much more needed to have OTAs and stuff like that. Defense, sure, you got out there, do a skeleton crew and do a little bit of reaction just so you can see how your guys can move around with. But ultimately, like man, defense can usually get things together within 2 or 3 days. That's just from what I recall.
I think one of the bigger things of Micah being there, and again, I mean, Micah wants to be there. Stephen Jones this weekend saying we want to pay him, but he needs to want to be paid. Again, that's a Jonesism. Do you think that the guy doesn't want to be paid? The guy knows what we're about to do right here. We're going to go on this long, never-ending storyline that's going to be every morning. You flip on, name the media outlet, and oh, Al, Jerry did this or Micah wants that. But Micah knows the importance of being there right now. You may be changing that defensive system up. Matt Eberflus is coming in. It's not going to be the system that you had last year. I think if you were still running maybe that same system, maybe Micah wouldn't be there. I don't know that for sure, but he needs to be there to engulf himself in whatever they're planning to do on the defensive side. So I applaud him for that. But I get more concerned like when it's a receiver that's not going to camp, Wags, because I think that timing. I mean, because you can simulate or do whatever. If I'm going to go over to your house, we're going to run routes. You're going to throw. I'm going to pass, vice versa. But still, even though that I say that you can't duplicate the speed in training camp, the one-on-one and going against somebody else and having somebody in front of you, those kind of things are really, really important. So, Micah knows what we're embarking on.
You think, I don't know, for a receiver, maybe because you're going to get rerouted. You got to work on being rerouted and take option routes that way. Sure. But ultimately, like and maybe you throw a defensive back in there for when a quarterback is trying to get routes down with a wide receiver. But, ultimately, I think that those two can get it. I mean, it never really stopped Tom Brady and Julian Edelman, right? When they were doing their little workout sessions up in Montana or wherever the hell they were going, off the grid. I usually and again, they did not hold out of OTAs. Rob would be the guy to ask that. I believe everybody showed up to Foxborough on time, right? Because that was just the Belichick and the Patriot way. Mm-hmm. I think that's how it was. Maybe a holdout or two, here and there, but I believe like the solid nucleus in the key, cogs of that team were always at camp. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure most players do. Okay.
It's a leadership quality, man. I mean, and we had this was a great debate that we had last year. Remember, we talked about hold-ins versus holdouts and all of that.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like, take care. You know how I am about this. Take care of your business. The field is work. That's where we come to get stuff taken care of. But if you got a financial issue, a financial, blemish or whatever, take care of that thing and then come to work. All right. Don't sit here and make a cancer around, the field where people are trying to get work done. Okay. Right. Don't make a spectacle. That's how you know me, man. That's just how I am.
It's when I woke up Sunday morning and it was like Cowboys get a deal done. I'm like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way this could have gotten done. Well, they got a deal done with Jake Ferguson.
And Ferguson getting some loot, huh?
Yeah, that dude's getting paid. And I mean, so there you go. And so that happens. And of course, my first thought is, well, there's more money, and you got a lot of guys that are going to need to get
that's a piece that you need to pay, though.
Absolutely. And you've got old Schoonmaker, now what? I mean, you just sit there and be number 2, I guess. But yeah, I think that's a piece. And I watched Ferguson yesterday going through drills at Cowboy practice, and he's got a very intent look on his face, and he looks very confident. He looks very crisp and clean and quick. And I think that his position is going to be even more like we talk about with Texas, with injuries coming in, as the tight end, to where now with George Pickens on the outside, possibly, that's a whole new world for Jake Ferguson. I thought that this year was going to be, okay, here's Ferguson's time to get paid. Now he's gotten paid already.
We put so much emphasis on the wide receiver room for Dallas. I don't think people understand, or maybe they do, right? The tight end is such a vital piece of Dak's
totally
game. In my opinion, like Dak I think Dak is great at chewing defenses up inside the hashes, and a big part of that is either CD on a slant or Ferguson in spell of that, right? Ferguson's nasty, and Schultz was fantastic in their first rapport going there before he got shipped off to the Texans, right? And then Fergie comes in, rookie year, and it's almost like they didn't even take a step back. So yeah, I think Ferguson being able to get, his financial barriers out of the way and allows him to, to see the field with clear vision. I think that's perfect for Dallas moving forward. I think their offense is on board here. Now once, Micah gets back in camp, you have Dallas as 3. I think I said this shit last year. Jesus. You know what? I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. I think Dallas can compete. Okay. I think Dallas can compete. I don't know if Dallas is going to win the East. But when you look at them on paper, it's definitely a team that can contend. That's for sure, and compete. But when you're in the same damn division with the Eagles, it's tough. They know the difficulties ahead of them. Can they do it? We shall see. I don't think so. I honestly don't think so, but I think they will be able to compete. It's still the Eagles division, man. I think they're going to be better than Washington. I do believe that. Like, I think Washington had a great year last year, but the sophomore slump is real. It's legit. We saw it happen with Houston. I'm not going to say it's going to be the same carbon copy with Washington that happened with Houston here, but usually when there's enough game film on you, people can plan a lot better that way. I don't know how much film was out there on Daniels that allowed defenses to plan for him or not. I would think in a professional league, you would have at least something that you're able to scheme for Daniels here, but we'll see. Usually year two is more of a struggle, but I got Philly, Dallas, Washington, and the G-men in the basement.
Where the Redskins thing is with the sophomore thing to me is the Redskins did what they did last, the Commanders, what they did last year, they did with a lot of holes. If you really look at what they did. Absolutely.
100%. Like it was a plug and play system. They did with other people's trash. And it was after they did a fire sale too. So, Dan Quinn's fantastic. That's what I can say. Dan Quinn's fantastic. I have confidence in Quinn to be able to keep his team in contention, but I still if you look at Dallas's roster, it's too good to not think that they can't contend.
And what I will say about the Cowboys is on the offensive side, I mean, the secondary still concerns me, you know, a little bit there. I mean, you're doing things along the front and the linebackers are okay, but it's like because what I've seen.
Diggs not get paid? Did you not pay Diggs?
He did. Yeah, he did. Okay. Yeah, but he's coming off an injury. So it's like, okay, how's he going to? But when I look at the offensive side and what I've seen at camp, just in the footage that I've seen, Joe Milton, and I hate to even say this, but so much of what because in the past it's been if Dak goes down, even though Cooper Rush has just been tremendous. I mean, a great record there. Hell, it got him paid, for crying out loud. He's out of Dallas.
I think you should plan now that Dak's probably going to go down, right? Like
that's the thing. It's like you have to have that in the back of your mind that he could be on this amazing pace, but he might go down. Even though he looks great. Have you seen him? He is ripped. I mean, that dude was out there.
He's fantastic. They look training camp. They do this to you every year. All right. In training camp, they look great. They look fun.
Right.
Okay?
But that don't mean shit because the linebackers across the way look just as good. We just don't see them. But the thing is with Milton, because I've said it, where when Cooper Rush would come in, you have to tailor the offense back because he's not capable of doing everything that Dak, even though Dak doesn't need to be running. But I think with Joe Milton, if you have to insert him in there, that is not, you're not having to retool the entire offense.
Yeah,
you get a running back.
I think Cooper Rush is better than Milton.
Right now, I think so too. But I think
Milton's inconsistent. Milton's got everything in the tool bag. He's just inconsistent.
And I think the thing is with Milton, you have more options. And if you can then Cooper Rush to where you don't have to make this solely on the offensive line, and because you can do some RPO. If you get a running back, Jaden Blue, again from very early, Jaden Blue seems to be. I heard he was lazy before they ever went to camp. That guy's lazy. How do we know? I mean, he hasn't played
yet. Has he put any weight on?
He seems that he may have put some weight on. I haven't heard that he's fumble wags.
Right. Yeah. Has he put any? Do you know if he's put weight on at all?
I don't know the exact.
We can ask Nick that.
We can ask Nick that. Yeah, that's a Nick question. But I don't know, man. But it really is with Dallas, to where you have to figure out if Dak goes down, and that sucks. That dude's been in the league for 10 years. It's like, I mean, it won't be long. I watched the Romo 30 or whatever that thing is, a Football Life. I watched it again the other day, and it was like you could see that dude getting down to the end of his career. It's like, man, he was in the league. He played that long. And the other day I saw Dak entering year 10. I'm like, year 10? Shit.
Yeah, it passes. It flies by, right?
Yeah, it flies by.
Carson Wentz. How you doing, Carson? How you doing, Carson
Wentz. Where is that guy? Where's that guy?
Arizona? No, he's not in Arizona. Where the hell is Carson Wentz?
Shit, he's in Arizona.
Was he not in Indianapolis? I don't know. You know what? I'll look that up. I'll look up where Carson Wentz is.
He's probably in Cleveland.
Where do you want to go next, amigo? We got top 5 getting ready to come out. So
yeah, that's right. Speaking of Cleveland, I did see Kenny Pickett is hurt. So
so now they have 7 quarterbacks.
Yeah, they'll start trimming that down. They'll start trimming that down now as we go.
Right.
Again,
talk about our friends and sponsors real quick.
Non-contact injury. How about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out online at covertbeecave.com. And yeah, Kenny Pickett, that's a hamstring. So soft tissue there. You never know how serious that's going to be. So we'll see. I'm assuming that's still Joe Flacco's job on week 1, that you go with the more experienced. Again, heard good things about Shedeur Sanders, but I don't know. We heard last week that Cleveland may be tanking for Arch Manning next year. So who knows? To be determined. Quarterback carousel in Cleveland with the Browns.
All right, brother. What else? We talk about our guy Ryan Hecht yet?
Oh, that's right. That's right. We got to talk about that dude. New lawyer in town. Something bad happens. You're out and about. Hurt on a workplace injury. Something happens to you while you're out at the sawmill doing your job. A car accident, whatever it is. Don't trust these folks that you see on TV on top of cars and in these fine Mercedes. Hacksaw Duggan with a 2x4, R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. You call our man, the new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for Texans. He's not just a lawyer, friends. He's a Longhorn through and through. That car accident, that dog bite, that workplace injury, you need to get a hold of him. He's been doing this for over a decade. A very young dude, but he's been doing it for over a decade. And the great thing, unlike many of the others that we talk about that we kind of laugh at and cast shade at, you don't pay unless you win. That's how it works with Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients, Austin-based and Texas proud. We talk about him all the time. He and BK, they go back a lot of years, over a decade, those two together. So I don't know about you guys. I put a lot of faith in what Brad says. If this is a friend of Brad's, this is a friend of mine. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, and I would trust him because if something happens to me, that phone's going to be ding, 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 and it's going to be that insurance company wanting to make a deal. It's going to say, hey, we got the deal for you right here. Nope. Call my attorney. Call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Put this in your phone right now. Stop what you're doing. 512-938-8929. Set that. Put Hurricane Hecht right there. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him you heard about him right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the man, the myth, the legend, and his crew, Audiovisual Consultations. It is Tom McKay. It is AV Consultations. Go to the website at avconsultations.com. You can hit the lottery numbers, 512-255-8678, or you can hear it from the big guy himself.
Hey everyone, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area.
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. You guys know the lottery numbers. Get on out there and see the website right now and make your plan. See the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 37 years, Rodney. What's up, buddy? You ready for it? You ready to get into it?
I'm ready for it. Got to tell you, that AV. So yesterday I had the Brickyard 400 up there. Congratulations, Bubba Wallace. First African American driver to win at Indianapolis in any form. Look at that.
First one?
Yeah, first one.
Congratulations,
and won it on the track. Didn't rain. Nobody crashed. He beat Kyle Larson, the best driver in the world. Give the dude some. I mean, don't cast shade at him. I don't mean that because he's a black driver, but way to go.
I was going to say, where are you going with that, buddy?
I love it. I mean, I love the fact that he won, but I had that on. I had 8 different drivers on these screens last night watching that race because of Tom McKay. That's how you do it. All right.
Audiovisual Consultations.
Top 5, buddy. Top 5.
Top 5. All right, here we go. Top 5 actresses. Our favorite actress doesn't exactly have to be the best actresses, but I would think that these kind of go hand in hand, right? My favorite actress goes with who I think is the best actress out there. Not just with her ability to, be in straight plays, but also musicals and her ability to perform on the stage with singing as well. So I throw all this in there to encompass my number 1, but we do have 5 to get there. Do you want to go first, or you know what? Ladies first, Rodney, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
My dog jumped up. When we come upstairs, I always tell her ladies first. She heard ladies first, and she's like, okay,
gotcha.
Stay there.
Sorry, lady. Sorry.
So goes without saying, I think you guys know me well enough. I went back and forth with this list a whole bunch. As a matter of fact, after we didn't do this Friday, I changed it again. And mine are going to be all over the place. Number five, tall, great voice, brunette. I love Angie Harmon. We were talking
Angie
about
Harmon. Hold on. Who's Angie Harmon?
Angie Harmon. She's been in the movies. She was married to Jason Sehorn.
Sehorn's wife.
Yeah, not to be confused with Strayhorn. Not Strayhorn. Sehorn.
Sehorn, not Strahan.
That one.
It's Strahan. It's Strahan, not Strayhorn. It's Strahan.
Texan. She might be Texan. I don't know. Tall, raspy voice, just beautiful, and quite the actress too. I mean, just you've seen her in movies, you've seen her in film. I love Angie Harmon.
Okay,
you want to go straight all the way up, and then we.
Let me hear your list.
Okay, number 4, a little bit more current, but now actually she's in her 40s now, so she's still whatever. But even since way back, Blake Lively. Love me some Blake Lively, man.
No. What do you watch? Gossip Girl?
Well, probably.
Okay.
Number 3.
What do you like so much about Blake Lively?
She's pretty.
Okay.
Number 3, and this is going to be
3 movies that Blake Lively's in.
I forgot him.
Okay,
I don't have that.
I'm sorry. I had to ask that follow
up. Number 3, our girl, Austin based Sandy Bullock. Love Sandy.
All right, she was kind of like the gatekeeper. I kept her off the list though.
Yeah. She kind of floated around back and forth, but I replaced some of the real young kind of whatever with her. Number 2, talked about her last week, Leslie Mann from the 39 and holding or 40. And
yeah, she is good. She's good in a lot of things that she does.
She is. She's a great now that lady. I have actually Blake Lively, maybe not as much, but Leslie Mann is just amazing.
Okay.
Number 1 for me, because I remember her not way back, but I remember her as a brunette. We talked about her as well the other day. Now saw her last in The Fall Guy. I love me some Emily Blunt.
Emily Blunt. All right, Emily Blunt. This is top 5 actresses. Stephen Delgado hit it right on the head. Yes, Leslie Mann was the Hooters girl in Big Daddy.
That's right.
She was the sister. She was Renee Zellweger. That was Renee Zellweger, right?
That's right.
In Big Daddy as well.
Mm-hmm.
Leslie Mann and Renee Zellweger with Jon Stewart as well.
Another Austin-based Renee Zellweger.
Renee Zellweger's Austin-based?
Yeah, I think she's from here.
Is she?
I think she's from here.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I might get dragged for my number 5 here, and I always thought that she was just absolutely gorgeous. She was a smoke show. I didn't really see her talent on display until I watched her in Griselda. Modern Family is fantastic, and Sofia Vergara is a absolute reason to watch it. She is hilarious on there, but she absolutely crushes it in Griselda at playing a female drug lord boss. I mean,
that's perfect role for her.
She's
just with the whole.
I've never seen her with that type of like serious type of role, right? Usually, she does comic relief, and she's beautiful.
With Al Bundy.
She plays a powerful. She's hard to take she's captivating. She's hard to take your eye off of, right? And I don't know if you haven't seen the series. It was on Netflix, but it is absolutely fantastic.
Did I see
my number 5?
Did I see that she was spotted with Tom Brady somewhere? I asked my wife that.
You're right. I think they were on a little summer vacation in Spain, but I also read. See, this could be also AI generated hoax too, because I also saw that Tom Brady was with Sydney Sweeney.
Oh,
yeah. So I mean, like one hell of a summer, Tom.
No, really.
One hell of a summer. You're still putting rings on the finger, buddy.
Yeah,
you're still in championship form. If that's where you're at, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
You didn't pick Christy Swanson. Christy Swanson.
She was 6.
Christy Swanson was also. Hold on. She was in the program. She was in the program. Yeah, she was Joe Kane's girlfriend. She was the tennis player.
Oh,
Christy Swanson. Good pull there. Let's see. That was my number 5. Number 4. Okay. And I mean, I don't know how she wasn't on your list. She is aged with fine wine, and she has still got it. She is fantastic. She can dance with the snake. She can play in Desperado. She can be a Marvel Eternal. She is got major range. She's been in Adam Sandler movies as well. She's been in Grown Ups. It is the one and only Selma Hayek. She is, yes, absolutely, yes, to all of it, yes.
Yes, I do. I like her. I appreciate her work. I don't know what it is where it's like for some reason, I don't know. My friends give me a hard time where they're like, you go to the blondes. You're like the blonde. You go to the blonde actress or whatever. And it's like, Sandra Bullock ain't no blonde. I mean, anyway, yes, very talented actress. Very talented.
100%. Okay, number 3, Jennifer Connelly.
Oh,
right?
God. Ooh, I know she was
probably first crush. I don't know if you've ever seen Opportunity Knocks.
Yeah.
She was probably my first crush, and then like she was in Labyrinth as well. Then went on in a very disturbing movie called Requiem for a Dream, which is just, you only need to watch it once. One, you probably shouldn't watch it, but if you don't ever want to do drugs in your life, that is a really good message for you to stay off of drugs. Like, it is just, it's like Clockwork Orange. It's like Train Spotting. Excellent movies, excellent pieces of work, but you really only need to watch them one time.
Have you ever seen her? Have you ever seen her, Jennifer Connelly, in The Hot Spot? It was actually
filmed. Have you seen her in Inventing the Abbots?
Yes, I have seen her in that. I have seen her in that.
She's wild in Inventing the Abbots. But also like The House of Sand and Fog, or House of Fog and Sand. I think it's House of Sand and Fog. Ben Kingsley's in it as well. It's where two people are trying to fight over property, and people end up losing. It's a very tragic story. I don't want to spoil it for you. If you haven't seen it, it's a fantastic movie. But Jennifer Connelly also is Penny Benjamin. If you guys don't know that,
she's just gorgeous. I tell you,
she's the natural beauty. She actually looks like one of my ex-girlfriends, which is wild.
The truth comes out.
It's just number 3. Jennifer Connelly.
So Wags dated Jennifer Connelly. The thing.
No, I dated. You know what? I have had a really good run, but we've ended with the best. We've ended with the best.
There it is.
Zoe Saldana.
Yeah,
on number 2.
She's all right.
She. I mean, you guys might know her as Gamora first, right? In the Marvel comics, the Marvel renditions of Guardians of the Galaxy and Avengers Endgame, she was in that too. But also Lioness. If you haven't seen Lioness, probably one of the best series that's on television right now, and she is the front runner. She is the lead. She's the lead operator for her team. I guess I'm using the right language here, but it is fantastic. It's a Sheridan series that you guys need to check out as well. It is, I think it's only 2 seasons, but she is fantastic. She runs the Lioness unit, and she is no bullshit, just fantastic. Even her, and that's it too. Like, that's another thing that really sold it for me. The fact that when her weapons handling and her weapons placement, like just her ability to navigate and her ability to manipulate the weapon, she clearly went through a lot of training for it. So that's just like, that's buying into your brand, that's buying into your product, and she delivers every time she's on the screen. She's hard to take her eyes off of. All right, number 1. Can you guys guess the number 1?
Lisa Bonet.
No. I'm shocked that that's where you first went. This girl can do it all. She can sing. She can dance.
Sabrina Carpenter. I was going to put her on my list.
No, she's really known for her voice, but she's obviously known for her just incredibly beautiful looks as well. She was brought onto the scene in Lost in Translation. That's kind of where she started to kind of really get her name. There was a kind of little I guess it was an indie film, right? It was an independent film. But yeah, it is the none and only, or the one and only, none other than Scarlett Johansson. I don't know how she missed your list, but she is absolutely she's great in. I mean, she's great in roles that make you cry, great in roles that make you laugh, great in roles that that are suspenseful. She's fantastic. My number one actress of all time. It's Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah. I just they pass me by because I don't watch enough movies. It's like more TV and like
you've never seen. I'm sure you've seen Scarlett Johansson.
Oh yeah, I know who she is. Yeah, absolutely. I know.
Like in Bill Murray's one of my favorite actors. Like to see them, have a really good dialogue, have excellent dialogue in Lost, and I think I think that's Francis Coppola or Francis Ford Coppola's daughter's film too. I think that's a Coppola film, as a matter of fact. But anyways, not to get all completely nerd and cinephile on you. But yeah, to see Bill Murray and ScarJo in Lost in Translation, it's probably one of the best movies that you'll ever watch. If you're really into like dialogue and good acting, right? It's fantastic. Bill Murray, just to give you a little bit of a rendition, Bill Murray plays a struggling actor, and he's got to go to Japan to do commercials to get paychecks. Right. And Scarlett Johansson is a girlfriend of an aspiring artist who has an eye for other people except for his beautiful wife. And
nice.
And they go out on the town in Japan or in Tokyo, and they do karaoke and stuff. And Scarlett Johansson does a awesome rendition of Change My Pocket. Gonna make you want me. Gonna use my side step. She's bad. She just looks absolutely bad, man. Anyways,
no, I know who that is.
That's my number one. So thank you for allowing me to go completely nerd on you for my top 5. But yeah, I don't know how ScarJo is not at your top 5.
Yeah. I don't watch her enough. That's the whole thing.
Jake, thank you so much. That was definitely her voice. That was definitely
the SpongeBob
out there.
Yeah, I remember that because we saw that and we hung around and I saw that she was a voice. Yeah, sure.
I would love to see some of your all's top 5, or at least some actresses that we missed that might have been on your all's top 5, or maybe some unsung actresses that should be out there that didn't get mentioned. Rodney, I thought for sure was going to have a few that were on my list, but again, his cup of tea is very different than my cup of tea.
Yeah, I'm looking back. I had Scarlett Johansson in here at one point. I'd even written down Jennifer Lopez at one point, and it's like
J-Lo. I had Jennifer Aniston on here.
I had her in my initial list too. I had her in my initial list too. It's hard. I had Reese Witherspoon at one point, maybe having her in there, but I don't know, just all over the place. There was a lot, and then I had some like younger people.
And I thought of Sandra Bullock too, but I went with people that are relevant today,
more relevant.
Right? And I wanted to go with Sydney Sweeney, but honestly, I haven't seen. I've seen a scene from The Voyeur or Voyeurs, right? I haven't seen Euphoria, and I've seen White Lotus season 1, so I haven't really seen much of Sydney Sweeney. But I hear she is great as Cassie in Euphoria. It's just Euphoria is not a show that I'm into, right? But yeah, I've seen one little scene or snippet of her in Voyeurs, so I can't really sit there and say that Sydney Sweeney's my number one, on my top 5. But she's a smoke show. Now we'll see as her work starts to grow, right, with her career. But Scarlett Johansson, that's an easy, she's got she can sing. We've seen that on display. She can act. She's been nominated for top actresses in most of her shows. She's just fantastic. She's ScarJo. That's why she's number 1.
Well, the Barbie lady, I was going to put the Barbie lady on there too. What's her name?
Margot Robbie.
That one.
You can't put her on there if you don't know her name.
Well, I knew it earlier. I can't think of it right now.
She can't just go down on your list as that one, right?
The girl in pink. That one. The pink
What's
lady.
the top 5 here? What is it? Is it
Top
just
5 female actresses?
Are we going by like looks or like
Oh,
talent?
no, just looks based, body of work and stuff like that. Stuff
Body
that
of
they've
work.
done. Body of work. No pun. That was not a play on words, my guy. But no, my list was Sofia Vergara. Right, I don't know, and it's not just because of Modern Family. If you've seen Griselda, then there's no dispute here. She absolutely kills it in Griselda. Selma Hayek as my number 4. I got Jennifer Connelly as my number 3. Zoe Saldana as my number 2, and then ScarJo as my number 1. I think that's a solid list, guys.
I like it.
I'm contending for a championship with that list.
Yeah, Zoe Kravitz, 6 men off the bench.
Zoe Kravitz, I still see her as Lenny's daughter, right?
Okay, yeah. I don't have that reference, thank God.
Yeah. So like, I'm still seeing Little Boy Blue, right? So many tears I cried.
I was going to put Daisy Duke on mine, but apparently her time has passed. No, she's still alive.
Oh, hey, y'all know who's a sleeper?
My kid sleeping in the room.
Whoa.
Okay,
Diddy. No.
No, I wouldn't. No. What's up?
Maya Hawke. Ethan
Who?
Hawke's daughter. Maya Hawke.
Who is that?
I think her name's Maya. I don't know. I remember she was in Stranger Things. I think she might have actually been a lesbian in Stranger Things.
This is.
I saw her. My kids were watching
This
that.
is another Nepo baby. This is Ethan Hawke's daughter.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, did
Ethan Hawke is.
y'all watch Happy Gilmore too?
Not yet. I've heard some people love it and some people absolutely hate it. Like there's no in between.
Oh well, that's you know what that is? That's haters. That's old ass people hating from Happy Gilmore 1, not allowing Chubbs the memory of Chubbs to go away and shit like that. That's just haters, man. That's all.
I'm not a remake guy. I liked it. I thought it was.
We'll talk more about. I'm going to watch it tonight. I didn't get a chance to watch it.
I haven't seen it, but what I don't get, the amount of people on Twitter like the first one is so much better. Like, what are we talking about? The first one sucks. It's an Adam Sandler movie. It's like Billy Madison. Like, name whatever Adam Sandler movie that isn't Uncut Gems or the thing where he's an NBA scout, and it's a very unserious, shitty movie. It just is. And that's fine.
You gotta take it for what you. I mean, that's just kind of that's a. I don't like the take, but hey,
this one has a couple of feeler moments, but I mean, like the Sandman usually does. You get past it, and it turns into something funny. They take a serious moment and then kind of turn it into whatever. So,
have y'all done a top 5 Adam Sandler movies?
No.
That's
no.
Click is number 1.
Nick, you know what? You're going on the Christmas list too, buddy. I'm gonna.
Hey, man.
Hey. I forgot about Click. Click is
great.
forgotten.
I mean, Kate Beckinsale. I mean, we can go. I mean, Adam, we can go with
about her too
that are in Adam Sandler movies. Honestly,
Hey, what we should do: best forgotten 2000 movies.
That's a good one too.
Click is in there. You know what I saw the other day? I didn't tune into it, but I was going through YouTube TV. Figuring out something to watch, have in the background. Saw the movie 17 again. And I'm like, you know what? I haven't heard or seen this one 17. Since I don't know when.
That was
I don't even think I've heard of
Jennifer Garner, right? Jennifer Garner. Oh,
yeah.
How did I leave off Jennifer Garner? I like her too.
But that one's a good forgotten 2000s movie.
That's Welcome Home, Roscoe Jenkins. That's one of the best Martin Lawrence movies. Kind of forgotten about though.
Mm-hmm.
Steven Delgado from the Top Turnbuckle. How about redheaded actresses?
Oh yeah, nice.
Who's the girl on Suits? Who's the girl on Suits that plays like the legal assistant? I don't know if y'all have watched that, but it's
Meghan Markle.
No. I'm talking.
That's the queen.
She's in that, but it's the redhead legal assistant.
The girl
I don't
that
know her
goes,
name.
the girl that puts her hair up in the file room and goes down on her. That's a baddie. That's a baddie. I don't know her name, but that's a baddie.
Yes. Yep. Donna. There you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what, Nick? I your lens. I like your lens. I like where your lens is at.
Come scout with me sometime.
Oh yeah, you know what? Invite me up there. I'll come to training camp with you. We'll be on the old stomping grounds there.
The man covers the Cowboys. He's delirious.
How's training camp going? We had something serious to actually ask you guys. But of course,
Rob Jones. You broke that, didn't you? You were one of the first ones, Nick, with the Rob Jones broken.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. Rob Jones broke a bone in his neck yesterday, and it's funny. Whenever I was told that it happened, it was I was like, well, he was out there working with Tyler Booker at the end of practice. He was one of the last ones off the field. Like, did he slip and fall off his scooter walking to lunch? Like, what happened here? And all I was told was adrenaline is an MFer, and so he must have been really hyped up, and then later in the day kind of felt it. And when I was initially told, they thought this was going to be a season thing, but as they've kind of, figured out exactly what's going on, it sounds more like a 2 to 3 month thing. So they hope to get him back midseason. But I mean, nevertheless, this is a situation for Tyler Booker. Now he knows 100% he was a starter. He was already about 90% the starter. But that depth behind him becomes that much more small, I guess. So they have some interior guys. Do not get me wrong. They have some reliable interior guys behind Tyler Booker in case something were to happen with him. But Rob Jones having that veteran presence, being that veteran in the room, that's going to be tough to replace.
Yep, absolutely. All right, man.
All right, amigos. We're going to bow out of here. Y'all have a great show, man.
Later,
we'll be
guys.
See
you
ya.
will.
Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. Back in the saddle.
How was
Been
vacation?
gone for a week on vacation. It was very nice. Didn't have to do any work. Didn't have to, look at my phone when I saw a Twitter notification. It was very nice. But back in the saddle, ready to get going. We got Dallas Cowboys training camp going on. That's where Nick is at, out in Oxnard. And then starting on Wednesday, the Texas Longhorns begin their fall camp. And we'll have a media availability on Wednesday and on Thursday. So, we should have a lot of fall camp content later this week. And we'll obviously hit on a lot of training camp stuff today. So if you have any recruiting questions, just drop them in the chat. We'll come back to it at the back of the episode. But we're going to talk training camp. So just went through Twitter a lot this morning. You've had a ton of great content on there. You want to shoot Nick a follow, shoot him a follow at Nick Harris FWST on Twitter. And Nick Harris, what's your Instagram? It's not Nick Harris DC anymore, is it?
NickHarris.st.
NickHarris.st. But hey, we'll get right into it. You already talked about the injury that came out either this morning or yesterday. I hadn't actually seen that before Rod brought it up, but standouts at camp. Who do you think is the first guy that comes to mind when you hear the word standout of the Dallas Cowboys training camp?
Yeah, someone had asked that on the timeline yesterday, and I have a tie, so it can't be one guy. I'm sorry here, but cornerback Collier Elam and defensive end Donovan Ezaraku. I'll start with Elam, traded by the Buffalo Bills over the offseason to the Cowboys as kind of just a cornerback depth option. I mean, that room has a ton of injuries going on, and they traded for him before they drafted Savone Revel in the 3rd round, who tore his ACL at East Carolina last year. So a lot of injuries that they're working through at the cornerback position, but Collier Elam has been that steady, consistent factor on the outside, whether it's, great coverage, pads off, pads on, doesn't matter. He's had 2 interceptions in camp so far. Had one on, what is today? Today's Monday. He had one on Saturday where he picked off Dak Prescott and then went in the stands and picked up a baby and lifted it into the sky. And it was really funny. It was a good moment here at Oxnard. But Collier Elam for sure. It looks like he's starting to factor into a starting role. Even when Trayvon Diggs comes back, I think that their corner rotation will probably be Trayvon Diggs and Collier Elam on the outside, and then Deron Bland at the nickel spot. And then Donovan Ezaraku, the rookie 2nd-round pick out of Boston College. He was a guy that I loved during the draft process, absolutely loved, and he's starting to really show it out here in Oxnard. And man, he's been getting pressure. He's been setting the edge in the run game, dropping back in coverage, making plays. I mean, this is a really talented, versatile dude. Despite only being about 240 pounds, he's more on the smaller side, speed rusher type. But he's been really good. And a couple honorable mentions that I put in that same tweet on the timeline. Jaden Blue, he's been strong, man. He's had a good start to camp. Pads came on yesterday, and he looked good once again. He's had the best catch of training camp so far. He had like a leaping back, diving one-handed grab on Saturday that easily has been the best catch of camp so far.
Hey, shout out Rose Simon, fast 7-on-7.
Anyway, and then Cooper Beebe. Cooper Beebe at center. He has been really moving some people. You could tell that he's kind of taking a second-year jump. That's been fun to watch. But man, there's been so much contract talk here at camp with multiple guys, which I'd like to get into at some point. But it's been really fun to see some of these guys on the field too. There's been some good things to take away there.
Yeah, you brought up contract talk. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. Jake Ferguson signed an extension. The tight end. What college did he go to?
Wisconsin. He's Barry Alvarez's grandson. Do you know that?
I did not know that. Wow. Yeah. Well, there you have it. But signed an extension. How'd it go down, and why does he get an extension yet Micah Parsons, a few other guys, still don't have one?
I'll get to the Micah thing. I'll start with Jake. Jake Ferguson had told his agent at the beginning of the offseason, he's heading into a contract year. He had told his agent at the beginning of the offseason, he's like, look, man, I want to be here. Like, let's start these negotiations. Let's get something done. And, he's coming off an off year in 2024. He sprained his knee in the very first game of the year, missed a couple of games, came back, never really felt like he was 100% until Dak got hurt, and then switching quarterbacks. That's obviously going to affect the tight end position. And then he had a concussion later in the year and missed 2-3 games for that. It was a pretty bad concussion. And just never really got right. He said he thinks it's the first time he's ever played a full season and did not score a touchdown. But there's still confidence in this front office when you talk about Jake Ferguson. There's still confidence from the coaching staff when you talk about Jake Ferguson, and it led to him getting a deal. He's the 7th highest paid tight end now in the NFL, which after about a year or two, he's probably going to fall out of the top 10, and that could look like a pretty good deal at the end of the day. But as of right now, I think the Cowboys are taking a little bit of a risk just based on the year that he did have in 2024. But knowing Jake Ferguson, and knowing his skill set whenever Dak Prescott is his quarterback, I understand why the deal gets done there, and I understand why they're betting on him to have a bounce-back season. So good for Jake. $52 million, 4 years. He gets 30 of it guaranteed, and he's about to marry one of the Cavender twins. So, yeah, exactly. Nathan, me and you are on the same time here. So, yeah, he's got a wedding to pay for. He's got a very expensive wedding to pay for. I wonder if Carson Beck will be invited. Just my question. Anyway, why did he get done and Micah has not? I think there was a little bit more willingness on both sides to get this deal done. Whereas I feel like the Micah one is starting to get weird because it's always been weird because you talk to the front office and they're like, look, man, like we're waiting on Micah. We want a deal here. Stephen Jones said yesterday, we asked him about there was chants from the crowd on Saturday that were saying, pay Micah. And he said, well, we want to pay Micah too, but he has to want to get paid. And that basically implies that like his agent is not being receptive. And so you talk to Micah's side and Micah's like, we've reached out. We're waiting on an offer. They have never offered anything. And so, and even when you talk to people behind the scenes and be like, all right, what's really going on here? They're saying the same thing. So somebody's lying. Somebody's lying on one of these sides. And it's one of those media negotiations that is starting just to become a little bit toxic at times. Whereas I feel like the Jake Ferguson thing, they felt good about the number. The agent approached them. They were comfortable with where it was at and they got it done. I do not think Jake Ferguson is going to be the only one. And I'm not referring to Micah Parsons. I think Tyler Smith is going to get done in this camp. And that would be a really big contract for them to lock in while training camp is going on. He's got 2 years left on his rookie deal. his agent is the same agent that the Cowboys have worked with Tyron Smith over the course of Tyron's career, and Tyron signed a couple of team-friendly deals. I see a similar type of trajectory here for Tyler Smith. Trey Smith of the Kansas City Chiefs just got his big contract as a guard. I think Tyler Smith is going to be the next one, and they're going to move forward with that at some point here in the near future. But Deron Bland, that's another one that they could wrap up. Deron's been out of camp these last few days with he just had his first baby, so he's been away from Oxnard. I think he's returning today. I need to check on that, but they haven't been able to really sit down with Deron as a result. But wouldn't surprise me if they try to. Sam Williams is another one. I don't think he necessarily gets an extension. He's just a candidate. And then same thing with George Pickens. He's a candidate, but I don't think he necessarily gets an extension at camp here. But yeah, it's a lot of contract talk and a lot of different guys.
How many years does Pickens have left? Is it 1 or 2?
He has 1. He's going into the final year of his rookie deal. The thing that's a little convoluted about the George Pickens situation, though, is that his agent is David Mulugeta. So if the Cowboys are calling David Mulugeta, they're not calling him to talk about George Pickens. They're calling him to talk about Michael Parsons. So there's going to be some things on the top of the agenda before they would get to Pickens.
Wanted to ask you, I saw Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs did what was referred to or called an impromptu media session or whatnot a couple days ago. Can you just walk us through that? Like, was it just after practice and they're like, hey, guys, come interview us? Like, how did it go down? And just what were your thoughts on that? Because it did seem like a very interesting and unique deal, the way they were both answering questions, like, in just the whole thing.
Yeah, they're good friends, and they support each other in these types of situations. So it wasn't necessarily surprising that they decided to do it at the same time. It's just definitely unique, like you said. They were coming off the field after practice. It was the first practice of camp that last Tuesday, and Jane Slater at the NFL Network, she was like, "Hey, can I get you?" Talking about Micah for a quick interview. And she was like. He said, yeah, but, I'm going to do it with Trayvon. She was like, okay, even better. And as they started doing their interview, that finished, and then we were all just like right there ready to pounce, and we did. So, and they sat there and held court for about 12 minutes. And, Cowboys PR was kind of like looking around like, I can't do anything about this. And it was a good win for the beat, I'll tell you that, because we just kind of cornered everybody and we're like, yeah, we're gonna do this. I don't care. And neither did Micah or Trayvon, and it worked out. But a lot of interesting things came out of that. And it's funny because Micah is trying to put down this narrative that he's not practicing because he has back tightness. It's a hold in. Just say it. Just be honest with it. It's a hold in. Your back is completely fine, and the best medicine for that back will be when you sign that contract and you're on the field the next day. So like it's funny that he's kind of keeping that bit going along, but for all intents and purposes, Micah Parsons is in a hold in right now.
I'd be doing the same thing if I was him, or I wouldn't even be there if I was.
I would hold in. The reason being, I mean, this is third different coordinator in 3 years, and you would think Matt Eberflus has some longevity in being in that spot for at least 3 seasons, you would think. You want to get off on the right foot there. And as this scheme is getting built, you want to be a part of those meetings. And so I understand it from that standpoint. But so that's why I wouldn't necessarily hold out. But we've asked Micah, like, why aren't you holding out? And he's like, I just love football too much. I want to be here. And, what will I be doing at home? Like, just standing around. He's like, I would rather be here and at least working out, like, off to the side. And then we were like, well, what about your back? And he's like, I didn't say that, So, I mean, it's dumb. But anyway, it's going to be fascinating.
I'm sorry. I think I saw a video or photo of him on like day 1 or day 2 of training camp. So did he just do one day and then it was like, yeah, my back?
No, he didn't. He really didn't do anything. I mean, like, he stretched one day.
Or I should say I saw he was suited up. That's what I should say.
He's been suited up every day. I mean, yesterday the pads came on. He was not wearing his pads and he didn't have his helmet with him. He hasn't had his helmet with him the last couple of days, but he hasn't done anything other than stretch.
Yeah. What about Trayvon Diggs? How's he doing this camp? Obviously besides like the media and interview stuff, how's he doing on the actual field and recovering and all that?
Yeah, he's been working with the rehab group, and we actually saw him yesterday backpedal and take some cuts for the first time. And I have a funny story here, and I think you'll appreciate this, Jordan. Our boy Tommy Yarish posted a video of him, doing some backpedaling and some moving around, and he's like, "Man, this is the most we've seen Trayvon Diggs do in a long time." Trayvon Diggs DM'd him. He's like, "I've been doing that drill since June 19th or whatever." And Tommy was like, "Yeah, we haven't seen you since June 19th. So again, it's the most we've seen in a long time." He's like, "Oh, okay, I appreciate it. Thanks, brother." But I thought that was funny. He was like, "Dude, why do you care?" He didn't tag Trayvon, so he's searching his name on Twitter. And it's just, you're Trayvon Diggs. You have 9-figure contract. Why are you searching your name on Twitter? That was the situation that happened in San Francisco last year when he tore into the reporter outside of the locker room, still had his pads on. It's because he was searching his name on Twitter. Like, what are we doing? But
what was that?
I mean, he looks good.
Last year,
Mike Leslie of WFAA, ABC station in Dallas, he had there was a long touchdown run that the Niners had in that game, and Trayvon is kind of tailing the play, but he's not really making taking an angle at making a tackle, and it looks like he definitely could. And so Mike Leslie he just quote tweeted the video, and he's like, "What is Trayvon Diggs doing here?" And that was all that it was. I mean, it was less than 5 minutes after the team got in the locker room. Trayvon Diggs comes back out, pads still on. He hadn't even taken off his pads yet. I think his cleats were still on. And he's just coming out, and he's just MFing Mike Leslie. He's like, "You don't know what the F you're talking about," like this, that, and the third. They make up a couple days later, but it was just like, brother, man, why are we searching our name on Twitter? Like, you just lost to the 49ers. Big NFC game. And the first thing you do is walk back to the locker room and search your name on Twitter. Like, that's if that's not the biggest indictment on Trayvon Diggs, I don't know what is. And I think that kind of perfectly encapsulates Trayvon Diggs' last couple of years in Dallas, even without the injuries, is that, like, sometimes the mindset is not 100% there. And you would like to see it there. And I think it could be. And I'm not sitting here saying that is who Trayvon Diggs is. But I think he's got to be able to wash out the noise. And if he can't wash out the noise, it's not going to work for him in Dallas.
How many years does he have left?
He's signed through 2028, if I remember correctly.
Well,
27. Excuse me. He signed through 27, so he's got quite a bit of time left on his deal. There is an out on his contract that they could work next offseason. They would have to designate him as a post June 1 release, and they would only eat about $2.5 million in cap in 2026 and 2027, but they would save $15 million. So, if Trayvon really comes out this year and either gets hurt again or doesn't show that, he is what he was, then I could see that reality for sure. The leash is super short on Trayvon Diggs, super short.
It's interesting. He's obviously a cornerback, like, DBs, or at least I can speak for myself in covering high school kids who end up playing college, and some of those guys in the NFL, a lot of them have like the, I'm the best to ever do it attitude. You have to be confident to play that position at a high level. There's no doubt about it. And on the other side, receivers are often like that. You hear about the diva persona, diva personalities, whatever you want to call it. And his brother is Stephon Diggs, who was literally on video giving girls pink cocaine on a yacht in Miami like 2 months ago, and is playing, right? And he came back from an ACL injury early or whatnot, and he's kind of always been in the headlines for different reasons. I think Stephon Diggs, if I remember correctly, dated Cardi B at one point. Like, he's always in the headlines.
Still is.
Okay, sorry, still is. I don't pay attention in depth to that stuff. But I wanted to ask, like, Stephon is never, and I know you haven't covered a team he's played on, but he's not really had any of those, like, social media moments or, interactions with reporters like that, has he?
Yes. Yeah, he has. They're cut from the same cloth. They are.
Okay.
Like, I don't have direct examples for you, but I know for sure it's happened.
Gotcha. Sure. Yeah. Well, hey, maybe Mr. Saban needs to talk to him. He's unemployed now, just cleaning the basement.
That is a fascinating aspect of Trayvon Diggs. And sometimes I think, like, wow, Nick Saban put up with this for 3.5 years or 4 years, whatever it was, and that surprises me every time.
Well,
and then he recruited Aaron Hampton. So I mean, it's just
buddy. They had a Jai Hall in their program.
Yeah, 100%.
But that's actually one thing I think about a lot. Like the leverage Saban had and the way you can make it work with, we'll just call them head case type of players. You have so much more leverage pre-portal and pre-NIL with those guys.
Yeah.
Because it's like, hey, if it doesn't work out with me, like you got to go to McNeese State and sit out a year or something like that, right? Yeah. So like they had much more leverage. They could talk to the players differently, treat them differently than you can now because it's, oh, you hurt my feelings. I'm going in the fucking portal and getting paid by Auburn, right?
Yeah.
So it's just interesting. And
David was like, no more, I'm out.
The Ajay Hall thing is very interesting because it's like, if Saban of all people can't handle this guy, who's gonna be able to, But anyways, back to the Cowboys. You brought up how Tommy Arsh had a video of Trayvon Diggs working out, backpedaling. Saw he also had a video that you commented on of Siobhan Revel. Right? Savone Revel, my bad. I'm gonna mess that up for another year at least, probably.
All good.
But that video of him looked kind of like he was limping, not fully 100%. What are your thoughts and how's he been?
Kind of talking to people on the training side of things and understanding the injury that he suffered, the timeline that he's on, and kind of his recovery process. He doesn't trust it 100% yet. And you could tell off that jump and the way he laid it on it, he kind of came up a little bit afterward. You could tell that he doesn't trust it 100% just yet. And, I've talked to a couple of these corners that are going through these injury situations, and it doesn't sound like these guys are going to be truly ready to go to start the season. Like Revel could be off of the injury list when the season starts, but I think they're going to slowly work him in. And the emergence of Collier Elam has really benefited that fact too. So it could help kind of ease Revel in. But yeah, you see it here, and you can see him kind of come up with that left knee. It wasn't the greatest thing to see for sure. It was not. You're on mute.
Appreciate that. Sorry. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays, especially like with everything going on with Diggs and when he can play. But what other injuries, or I should say, what other players are working with rehabbing while still practicing, maybe not 100%? And also what players have gotten injured so far at training camp?
Honestly, other than Rob Jones this morning, there hadn't been anything too major. And then that comes out and that happens. But let me pull up this injury list. Talked to some people yesterday. Is kind of what I put together. Tight end Brevin Spanford, who's really emerged as the second tight end in this offense and was having a really good offseason and a good start to camp. Suffered an ankle injury yesterday. It doesn't sound super serious, but he's definitely going to miss a few days. I think it's a high ankle. And the MRI today is going to provide a little bit more clarity on that. Terrence Steele, the right tackle, it was reported that he had a high ankle sprain at the very beginning of camp. I don't think it was a high ankle. He returned to practice yesterday. He's slowly working himself back in. He had his pads on, so he should be good to go. Deuce Vaughn, for the third training camp in a row, has suffered a hamstring injury. He should return this week, but man, it's just like goodness, that field in Oxnard, his hammies just do not appreciate it. And then Paris Campbell, a wide receiver. He's a depth guy at this point, and a long shot to make the roster. Suffered a lower body injury a couple days ago. He avoided a serious injury, but he's going to remain out a few days. And then safety Wanye Thomas also dealing with a leg injury. He's just kind of a day-to-day type situation as well.
Got it. Any undrafted free agents you think have a legit shot at making the 53-man?
None of them have really emerged just yet. The pads just came on yesterday, and that's typically when you see the thudding and the popping and the reading and reacting a little bit more, that some of those guys start to pop. But I'm keeping an eye on Elijah Clark, the safety out of Syracuse, for sure. That's one guy that I think has a chance to make the roster. Aside from him, it wouldn't surprise me if Trayshawn Holden had a really good camp and maybe at least pushed for that last spot, but that receiver room all of a sudden got really crowded after George Pickens was added, and there's probably only one spot up for grabs now in that receiver room, and that's like about 5 players contending for that final spot,
and they are
Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flanoy, Jalen Cropper, Josh Kelly out of Texas Tech, and then Trayshawn Holden out of Oregon.
Damn, I didn't know they had Josh Kelly in there.
Yeah, I forget sometimes too.
Well, it's not good for Mr. Kelly. But some players we haven't really talked much about that I want to, hear how they've been doing. Tell me about the Tylers, Tyler Booker and Tyler Guyton.
And Tyler Smith.
Well, yeah, no, 2 of the 3 Tylers.
Yeah. Tyler Guyton, it depends on who you talk to out here. You talk to some people out here and they're like, man, he's having a great camp. He's been dominating. And I haven't seen that. I've seen a good camp so far. I've seen, what you need to do as a left tackle at camp. I don't know if I've necessarily seen anything that makes me go like, wow, like he's really put it together on the field. Not to say that that's not going to happen. I just haven't really necessarily seen that. His body looks better. I'll say that. His body looks good. He's definitely the diet that he switched up on after this offseason. You could tell it's benefited his physique. You could tell it's benefited his movement a little bit. But man, give him some time and let me see him in a preseason format too before I'm saying like, yeah, he's really put it together on the field. I just haven't seen that yet because I talked about Ezraku earlier in the show, and he's beat Guyton multiple times. Has Guyton had his wins? Absolutely, and that's what I mean. Like he's had a good camp, but I wouldn't say he's been dominating. You talk to some people, they're like Tyler Guyton's been the best guy out here at camp, and I just do not see that. I wouldn't put him in the top 10, but Tyler Booker, rookie out of Alabama, playing right guard. He's been working mostly with the ones. He got rotated in with the 2s a couple days ago. He looks great, man. That's a guy you bet on. If there was offensive line fantasy football, I would say draft this guy. Yeah, he's been really good. I think he's going to be a good starter.
So you can skip this if you want, because I understand from your point of view if you'd want to skip this question. But like that source or sources telling you about Guyton, do you think that's people within the building just trying to get a bunch of good positive buzz from the media on Guyton? Or do you think that he is dominating, he's having a good camp for his standards, but not necessarily the standards of everyone else? Do you get what I'm saying?
I think I do. Are you saying like, is it a Cowboys pushed narrative that Guyton is playing well?
Well, yes. Or is it like, for example, Texas true freshman tight end, Imari Winston. He's having what has been called by sources at Texas had a really good spring ball. But the way I've read that and the way I understand it is that it's not like he's had the best spring ball out of any of the tight ends, but for what they expected him to be when they signed him out of high school, he is exceeding those expectations, and thus it's a really good spring ball. You get what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. They have high expectations for Tyler Guyton. And like he's a starting left tackle. They have to have high expectations for him, especially with Dak Prescott's health and considering the games that he missed last year. Like they need him. So I would think that the expectations are high. As far as like the sentiment that he's had a really strong camp, it's kind of hard for sources to be able to say that when everyone's seeing every single snap and every single rep. Like if they were saying that in the OTAs and minicamp, which they were, then I would take that in and understand it. But I mean, Jerry Jones was asked yesterday, hey, who are some standouts at camp? He mentioned 3 guys: Collier, Elam, Donovan Ezraku, and Tyler Guyton. And I was like, look, I see it with the first 2 guys. I don't see it with the third. So, maybe that's part of it, but I don't get how they benefit off that. And again, it's not like Guyton's had a bad camp, I don't want it to come across that way. It's just like he's kind of met expectation at my level, and you have to be able to exceed expectations at that left tackle position, especially considering who's been that left tackle for the past decade plus in Tyron Smith.
Yeah, good point. What about Cooper Beebe? What's he up to? How's he doing with the 1s, with the 2s? Where's he at?
Yeah, he's with the 1s. He's got that starting center position locked down for sure after starting every game last year, mostly every game. Yeah, he's looked really good, man. He's looked strong. Again, one of my honorable mentions as far as camp standouts so far. Really liked what I've seen from Cooper Beebe. Going into year 2, I think he's going to have a really good year.
Talked about the boy Jaden Blue earlier. Seems to be beating those lazy allegations. Quote lazy. If you want to shit on that more, you can. But
I've said my piece.
Huh?
I've said my piece.
Okay. Another running back. Curious about Miles Sanders. What's the outlook on him? How's he been?
Miles Sanders has looked better than Javonte Williams, at least from a Javonte looks kind of stiff in the open field. I think he has a knack for finding the hole, and I think he has a knack for finding some receiving lanes. He's going to have a value on this team in some way, shape, or form. But as far as running downs and, trying to break open big gains, that feels like more the Miles Sanders type. and the Jaden Blue type than it does the Javonte Williams type at this point. I think we're trending towards a running back by committee approach again, where these three guys are just kind of sharing reps and sharing snaps during the season. And then halfway through the year, they're going to realize that doesn't work. So, we're going to find out. But Miles Sanders has looked better than I anticipated. I will say that.
Any life from Phil Maffa?
Not really. He's been getting some work with the twos, and but it looks like he's going to be strictly downhill type guy with maybe some short yardage packages. But I'm not sure he makes this roster right now.
And he was a day 3 pick, right?
He was a 6th round pick. Yeah.
Wow. What do you know? When the last time the Cowboys cut someone they drafted as a rookie?
Last year, Justin Rogers, defensive tackle out of Auburn, they drafted him in the 7th round.
Before that,
probably would have been John Ridgeway, who they drafted in the 4th round out of Arkansas. This was back in like 21, and of course they cut him. He goes to Washington and becomes like a 6-sack guy. So, Cowboys.
Way to go, guys. Sam Williams. Saw you had like a feature you did on him with some quotes from. Sorry, was it Tyron Smith?
No, Sam Williams, Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott, a lot of people involved with his recovery.
Yeah, I guess, do you want to summarize it all, the story, or do you just want to save it for those who get over to Forward Star Telegram?
Yeah, I would love for people to come read it. I think it's one of the best stories that I've written, coming off of an ACL tear right here in Oxnard last year. It was actually 1 year ago today that he tore his ACL in Oxnard and had a long recovery back. And, he had some maturity concerns through his first couple years in the league. He had been pulled over for speeding multiple times. He got arrested one time because he had a dab pen and a gun in his car after a game. And it was like after a preseason game. And it was like, buddy, what are we doing? And, he's just kind of had some knucklehead moments at times. But you can kind of, when you talk to him, I think you could see that maturity has started to ratchet up a little bit. And, he's got a couple of sons now. And I think, obviously father time can kind of shift your perspective a little bit. And I think that's really benefited a guy like Sam Williams. And as far as his on-field approach, man, he looks fantastic physically. To be coming off of a torn ACL, you could tell that he dedicated a lot of time in the gym to some different areas. And, you hope it benefits his game quite a bit. But, man, if they can get a lot out of it was just a squirt gun. Don't worry about it, officer. If they can get the most out of Sam Williams in 2025, then that defensive end room is going to be nasty. It's probably the one thing about the defense that I don't have a question about is that they're going to be able to rush the passer. They have Micah Parsons, obviously. Dante Fowler, who was a 10-sack guy in Washington last year, seasoned veteran, and I think is one of the better veterans in the league, if you ask me, as far as, role player type rotational pass rushers. Just reliable and a freak. Donovan Ezraku, who I've talked about, is already having a phenomenal camp. Their 2nd-round pick from last year, Marshawn Nealand, I think he's going to factor more into the run game, but they're going to try to get some stuff out of him pass rush-wise. Osa Digizua's on that defensive line. He had, I believe, the 3rd most pressures of all interior defensive linemen last season in the NFL. And you have some linebackers who do some situational blitzing as well. Maris Leofau, Shamar James, DeMarvion Overshown when he comes back from injury. This is going to be a team that can rush the passer. But other than that, I don't really have a lot of confidence in the defense. But they're going to be able to rush the passer for sure. And Sam Williams factors into that.
Yeah. Man, you said Dante Fowler, and it got me thinking. There was, how do I phrase this? A source of mine actually coached him at Florida.
Nice.
And a few years ago, whenever that source was trying to recruit a kid against another school who had a coach that he coached Dante Fowler with Florida, he was able to kind of negatively recruit him because he's like, hey, Dante Fowler, the NFL player who went top 10 overall or whatnot. Yeah, this guy who's recruiting you to that school used to make him cry every day because he was so fucking mean to him. And now I don't know if it was actually to that degree of every day, but DJ Durkin, man, Not the best list of receipts, I should say. But hey, not a bad ball coach.
DJ Durkin was making Dante Fowler cry every day.
I shouldn't say every day, but there was not a good relationship there from what I was told.
Hey, Dante Fowler's kind of a G, man. I don't know if he's ever cried.
I mean, it could have been his freshman year when he was 18. I don't know.
I'm just ripping.
Okay. Anyways, are they doing a joint practice, the Cowboys?
They are next week against the Rams. I think it's going to be next Thursday before they play on Sunday. Or it might be a couple weeks from now. No, it'll be next week. Yeah, it'll be next week, next roughly Friday.
And that's Rams go to Oxnard or Cowboys go to LA?
Rams go to come here to Oxnard.
Interesting. And I'm sorry, there are 3 other preseason games besides LA are
there's only 3 preseason games in the NFL these days. Rams at SoFi, and then they will come home to play the Ravens and Falcons. So yeah, we'll be able to see some Mike Green for the Ravens, see some Dallas Turner for the Falcons. There's gonna be some names there. Be fun.
Some Joe Milton. How's he been?
Yeah.
I saw the scramble to the left and then thank you God thing, and you were just like, yeah, thank you God. This is doing numbers on Twitter.
Exactly.
I know you after he did that, you were like, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. That's all it is at these training camp practices, is just chasing numbers. But it's Joe Milton's been good when he's good, and he's been when he's if that makes sense. It's been a roller coaster, and that's what they're trying to fix with him is they're trying to build consistency with his good reps, because his good reps, man, they look good. They do. His arm strength is on display. They're just trying to fix it into arm talent, and they're trying to teach him to touch. And he certainly has it because he's shown it, but it's not consistent. There'll be some short to intermediate stuff that like he just short hops or he air balls, and it's just or air mails rather. And he just needs to find a little more consistency. But I think as they start to build, with him over the course of the next couple of years, and if he has to come in and spot start a few games, he can. But I think they're hoping that comes later rather than sooner, if that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. I only got 2 more Cowboys questions for you. Any fights or scuffles, or I shouldn't say that. Yeah. Any actual fights? I know there's been scuffles. And also anyone like 1-0, 2-0, maybe 3-0, who's the champion of the Dallas Cowboys?
Man, who would be champ right now? It would probably be Marquise Bell. So there was the biggest fight that's happened. There's been about 4 scuffles, and the biggest one that happened was on the second day of practice. Marquise Bell had gotten into it with undrafted tight end Tyler Neville, who has gotten into multiple fights, which is just hilarious because Tyler Neville is just, random undrafted tight end out of Virginia. And Marquise Bell had gotten into it with him, and he was going to take a punch at him while like bodies were trying to separate them. And he accidentally clocked his own DB and Troy Pride in the neck. And Troy had to be attended to by the training staff for a little bit. I mean, he clocked his ass. It was bad. So I'd probably say Marquise Bell, even though it was friendly fire. But CD has gotten into a couple of scuffles for sure. And it's more so just him talking mess.
I saw him.
A couple guys.
I saw the video of him throwing the ball at the DB. I always love that when receivers do that. It's like, man, here we go. You know?
It's good stuff. And I could almost guarantee you there's going to be some stuff at the Rams joint practice next week, just because the intensity has been really high here, and that's kind of been it's brewed an environment to allow these things to happen. It's been funny to watch.
Hey, who'll be coming to town next week with the Rams?
Jay Witt.
Yeah, Cuero Gobbler Jay Witt, former 5-star Jay Witt.
Who has had a really good camp once again, man. I'm telling you, he's gonna have a role. He's gonna have a role in this league, and it's gonna be a while.
Yeah, excited to hear and see how he does versus the Cowboys secondary. And then lastly, where can we find more coverage from you besides social media and Star Telegram? You're on a few other shows, right?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. My my Cowboys podcast will kick up here in the next couple of weeks, so I haven't necessarily had that going just yet. But yeah, come check me out on Twitter, NickHarrisFWST. I try to post as much as possible from these days at camp, and then I post my written content on there as well. Would really appreciate some clicks on that. That would help me out quite a bit. But other than that, that's where I've been.
Yes, sir. Well, some non-Cowboy stuff. Christian Wilkins released.
Yep.
The Las Vegas Raiders voided, I think it was like $30 or $35 million from his contract, and they released him. And it is, I should say, been reported that it was due to the way he handled an injury, almost kind of similar to, I guess, the Trayvon Diggs and Dallas Cowboys situation, it seems like. But there's also other reports of a, quote, weird incident. Yet this weird incident has not been reported. There are several videos of Christian Wilkins doing some interesting things on a football field from his time at Clemson, from his time with the Miami Dolphins. And, hey, an interesting cat, interesting character. Have you happened to hear anything on this? And if so or if not, any chance for the Cowboys? Where do you see him landing?
Yeah, I have no idea what's happened with that situation in Vegas. I will mention, though, teams rarely, very rarely, go on the hook for that much money to get rid of a player. I mean, they're on the hook for like $54 million to pay Christian Wilkins. And that goes against their salary cap. So they're going to be paying for a player that's not there for a long time. So it must have been something like that they just really despised. I asked Stephen Jones yesterday if they're at least looking into Christian Wilkins, and he kind of gave me the standard, we look at any player that becomes available and we'll check them out. It's like, oh, okay. I don't think that, yeah, that was a funny quote from Jonathan Feliciano. I think with Christian Wilkins, teams are going to kind of sit back and let the dust settle a little bit, and then really start to do some homework on what exactly happened. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Cowboys were one of those teams. They obviously need a defensive tackle that fits his kind of role. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, who needs some D linemen on the interior? He'd fit right in. My 49ers up in San Fran.
Do they? They just drafted Alfred Collins and CJ West. I think they're going to be all right.
Yeah, I'm talking about the fit, the location, the vibes.
I got you.
San Fran works. Maybe Atlanta? I don't know.
Maybe.
Trying to think of some other NFL cities. If only Austin had an NFL team, I'd be saying them.
Houston.
Yeah. I don't know. There has been debates online over the last few days. It kind of blows my mind that this is a debate. But I'm going to ask you a question. I think you have some great ball knowledge, but this will go a long way in determining if I still believe that.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts or Cam Newton?
Yeah, it's Cam.
Okay, good.
For sure.
Good.
And the arm talent of Cam Newton was phenomenal. I will say, though, I think I've seen the argument, and I think 95% of the Cam Newton supporters are like, Cam washes Jalen Hurts. This isn't even a discussion. I don't think that's the case. I think it is a discussion. Cam Newton is the better quarterback, though.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think just overall is the more talented player, had or has the higher ceiling, however you want to word that. And also just like so much cooler than Jalen Hurts. The cool factor is off the charts. Like Cam Newton had all of white America hitting the dab. Jalen Hurts has never done such a thing.
Yeah.
Never, Yeah. Like it's Cam Newton. And I don't care if it's Scam Newton, whatever you want to call it, from his dad getting the $200,000. Who cares? You know how much money Cam Newton would have made in today's dog, Hugh Freeze would walk across a mile of glass barefoot to get Cam Newton as his quarterback right now.
Yeah.
You imagine. Anyone in college football would. I think it's a very clear answer. And I've loved that the debate has resurfaced a lot of old highlights or whatever that haven't been on ESPN or social media for a long time. Dog, just seeing the shit he did at Auburn.
Yeah. That Auburn season was unreal. And specifically that Iron Bowl game where he came back against Alabama. That was special. That was special.
Yeah. And everyone will always talk about the Super Bowl performance, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Don't hate on him. We'll say too, seen some of his JUCO highlights when he was at Blinn.
Oh yeah. I saw him in the JUCO national championship that year, and because they played it in Tyler, Texas, and man, that was a fun time. That was a fun time.
Damn, our boy Sean Rutherford was there. We didn't even know it.
Really? Oh, that's right. He was on that team, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a friend of the show, Sean Rutherford, one of the owners of the Juice 7-on-7 program, quarterback trainer in the Austin area. Grew up in Bay City, played baseball and football there, and then went JUCO for 2 years. His first year, he was the backup at Blinn behind Cam Newton. Started as a sophomore and then went to Texas State and proceeded to break every passing quarterback record, whatever you want to call it. And since some of them were broken by TJ Finley, who Sean actually trained. But, man, hearing some of his stories about what Cam Newton was getting up to and at Blinn and what he was doing in practice, other things, it's like, man, like people that big aren't supposed to be able to do things he was able to do. So, yeah. And to be honest, Jack Burton, I don't know if we'll ever see another thing like Cam in college. Very, very unique player, unique prospect, all that.
What do you mean? DJ Lagway is at Florida right now.
DJ is not the athlete, though.
I'm just trying to bait you.
And he's not as big either. But
I want you to tell me to F off before the show's over. I'm trying to bait you.
I'm sure Lagway will be given those lazy comps come draft time. Speaking of being lazy, forgot to say this earlier. Whenever you told me Ferguson's dating one of the Cavender twins, I'm like, man, comes time for Carson Beck to be in the draft. Dove Kleiman's going to go stupid. Well, the Dallas Cowboys draft Carson Beck. We're going to see that.
So they got back together.
Sorry?
They got back together, right?
I mean, Carson, I know.
Carson Beck, well, Carson Beck, he got to Miami, which is where the Cavender twins are, and like within a month, got caught cheating, but I think they're back together already. Within a month, not only got caught cheating, had his house robbed and his car. Remember, their cars got stolen, and then like 2 weeks later, got said that he was cheating on one of those Cavender twins. But I think they might be back together. I don't know, but I'm messy.
Free Sid the Sloth. Free Sid the Sloth. Shout out Antoine, who is tuning in all the way from South Korea. Going to hit on a few questions real quick before we get out of here. If you have any, drop them in the chat. Antoine said, how does Warren Roberson break into the top 3 at cornerback? Interested to see how the situation at cornerback and nickel play out. Right now, the way to break down the secondary, what I expect to be the starting secondary come week 1 in Columbus versus Ohio State. One corner is going to be Malik Muhammad. Safety will be Michael Taff. If Derek Williams is healthy and ready to play like I expect he will be based off what we've heard, he will be the other starting safety, and Jelani McDonald will probably be the nickel. McDonald can play safety. He'll be drafted in the NFL eventually as a safety. But if Texas can have those 3 DBs on the field at the same time, they're going to do it if they can. And that's Michael Taff, Derek Williams Jr., and then Jelani McDonald. The fifth and final DB spot, final cornerback spot, is currently a battle between Gilbo and Kobe Black. Those are the 2 names heard. I believe Warren Roberson is the first guy after those, and probably the first guy that will come off the bench when Malik Muhammad subs out of the game. But right now it's, Manny Muhammad, he's got a spot locked down, and then Kobe Black and Gilbo are battling, and Robertson's kind of, the guy right behind them. So he'll play this year. He'll play more than he's ever played as far as like actual defense. I'm sure, he'll probably stick on special teams in some degree, probably not the punt units anymore based off the penalties last year. But, he's a 200-plus pounder at 6 feet that is very explosive. You can use that on special teams. So path to the field, it'll be interesting, but I think at minimum he'll rotate. He also could potentially end up playing more if they want to keep Jelani McDonald at safety, and that would move Jalen Gilbo back to nickel. So a lot of different things they can do. I think a lot of it will depend on who they're playing as far as who the nickel is. So, but we'll see. Nick, we got a question here for you. Nathan says, do you think Amari Cooper and Isaiah Bond will be on a team this year?
Amari Cooper, yeah. Isaiah Bond, no.
So Amari Cooper's still unsigned right now?
Yeah, he's still a free agent.
Cowboys are looking at him for a minute, but nothing since, huh?
Yeah, since they traded for George Pickens, they seem pretty content with what they got.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. The Does Joe Milton have the strongest arm in the league?
I think it might still be Anthony Richardson, but I think Joe Milton's up there for sure. I mean, I don't know. It's tough to gauge that.
Joe Milton's like Anthony Richardson's like a souped up version of Joe Milton.
Yeah.
But it's still like what he's known for is largely hype and not actually doing anything yet.
Yeah.
But wow, I didn't know that. This weekend, the Atlanta Braves and why my Cincinnati Reds are playing in Bristol. 85,000 tickets have been sold. I almost said the Bengals. I couldn't think of Cincinnati's MLB team.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. That's going to be really cool to see.
Yeah. Hey, the good thing about Christian Wilkins being freaky dude, Keandre Coburn getting a shot, getting signed.
Yep.
So, also, I'm not going to say this. What is this story? I don't remember.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. This one went over my head, Jake Bayless, but I appreciate the pull.
Yep. That's pretty much all I have for today. Some recruiting stuff, but nothing urgent, nothing that has to be shared. And Will and I will probably spend the majority of tomorrow's shows talking recruiting. So, hey, we're gonna get out of here. Nick has something going on Friday, so he won't be with us on Friday, but anyone who tuned in today, appreciate it a ton. Like, comment, subscribe. We really appreciate the support. I'm Jordan Scruggs. So I do Lone Star Playbook 5 days a week. Nick hops on Monday and Friday, and then Will Turboff hops on Tuesday through Thursday. So if you want, the best Cowboys coverage out there, tune in to Texas Sports Unfiltered, 10 to 11 Central on Mondays and Fridays. We're going to get out of here. Up next, Brett Ciancia of Pick 6 Previews chops it up with SEC Unfiltered to preview the upcoming SEC football season. Jesus Christ, Jake Bayless. Sorry. I'm going on private browser for that one. Just to play it safe. But anyways, everyone who tuned in, appreciate you. Texas Sports Unfiltered, give us a follow, subscribe. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, or podcast platforms, wherever you listen to us. And back at 2, Chip and Zay will be on the live stream talking all things Texas and SEC. We're going to get out of here. See ya. Have a good morning.